Hello, this is 413 Live. We have a tornado emergency right now in progress to the northeast of Omaha near the town of Blair, where a considerable damage has just been occurring just to the southeast of Blair right now. This tornado has been on the ground for at least at least the past half hour, and right now it is moving northeast per the National Weather Service's latest warning at 30 miles per hour. They are saying that a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 3 miles south of Blair at 4:14, so that's about 5 minutes ago, moving northeast at 30. Again, this is now a tornado emergency for these areas, and if you are in these areas, please do take shelter on the lowest floor of your building to as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I'm just still setting up the stream, so I know that some instances of this stream might be similar to our most recent emergency coverage, which that was on Hurricane Otis. So I do apologize if some aspects of this stream are related to that. I do apologize about that. This has been very last minute for me. I've just actually gotten home from work. So we're gonna sort of play this by ear right now, but just figured I'd at least get us on the air for this tornado emergency that is now entering Iowa and just passed over US Route 30. I'll go ahead and fade up my team here, consisting of Jack, Justin, Maury, and Samuel.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Yep, judging by this current storm that actually has a tornado emergency on it right now, this tornado right now, as it stands, looks to have been on the ground for at minimum over an hour, and it's tracked just around 50 plus miles so far, and it's still going as we speak.
Yeah, it does appear that the debris ball has weakened a little bit, though, as it did cross over US Route 30. And it looks like that it might have spared the main industrial area of Blair just a little bit. Maybe. Hard to say, though.
Yeah, it did. It passed to the east.
But, of course, this circulation is still going to be moving off towards the northeast. I do believe off towards the west, we do have another confirmed tornado warning here.
Yes, we do.
Near Creston, moving north at 20. We'll do this real quick here. It's supposed to be approaching State Route 91 here over the next few minutes, and again moving off towards the north at 20 miles per hour. And of course, we do have these multiple tornado warnings back towards the southeast of Omaha. So Omaha downtown, your threat is not currently over, and could be under a tornado warning, probably within like the next 15 minutes or so, if not sooner. If the circulation holds, that is.
Yeah, it was actually before we went on air earlier. I was actually talking to another Twitch streamer who actually lives in that general area. She was telling me that actually, let me pull up the Discord DM. She's like, I was asking her if she was alright. She's like, yeah, there's one on the ground north of the city. This was about a half hour ago, by the way. She's like, she also then went on to say she's also chasing the cells that are currently surrounding Omaha as we speak. And actually, new tornado warning just got issued on this storm. It's no longer a tornado emergency. It still is a PDS, though.
So still treat it with absolute certainty and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get on the lowest floor of your home, potentially a basement if you have one. That's the ideal spot that you need to go to.
Yeah, that new tornado warning actually is not showing up with a PDS tag on it, but I would nonetheless treat it as if it is a PDS, since this tornado could still be very strong.
It is a PDS.
Yeah, it's a PDS, yeah.
All right.
Although I will say there's the rotation, like the couplet's much, much weaker now. Actually, we just had another tornado warning pop up.
Yeah, I think that was the one I saw.
Yeah. National Weather Service in Omaha has issued a tornado warning for southern Nemaha, I think that's how it's pronounced, western Richardson, and southeastern Pawnee counties until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. Ooh, interesting. So this is what it says here. At 4:22 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles southwest of Bern, or 6 miles north of Seneca, moving northeast at 35. It then goes on to say a second area of possible rotation within the storm was located 6 miles south of Humboldt. The side hazard besides tornado is a 2-inch hail.
We actually do have a confirmed tornado near Creston right now. There is prompting an observed tornado warning for northwestern Colfax, northeastern Platte, and southern Stanton counties. This is going to be going for the next 50 minutes right now, and this is going to be moving off to the north at 25 miles an hour. This was confirmed by emergency management near Creston. This tornado is going to be This tornado is right about going to be on Creston very shortly, around 4:30 p.m. Central Time, as well as the town of Lee. So if you are in Lee or Creston right now, you need to immediately be taking your tornado safe precautions.
As it stands right now for this tornado emergency, the timings are looking like this. We're looking at 4:30 p.m. for Modale. That's in 4 minutes. 4:47 for Magnolia, and 5:13 for Moorhead. So this tornado has indeed crossed over U.S. Route 30 and looks to be potentially 5 minutes or less away from crossing Interstate 29. So if you know anyone traveling along Interstate 29 north of Missouri Valley or south of Maudamon, this is going to be to the south of the interchange with State Route 127 and to the north of U.S. Route 30 in between these segments. Call them up immediately and have them pull off into the side of their nearest exit and get into walls, or get into a sturdy building, I should be saying, because you don't want to hide underneath any overpasses, because that could honestly lead to more damage to your car and you if you were to take shelter in a building.
And actually, Ethan, the Omaha scanner for the Omaha, Nebraska area, 2 reports. Battalion 7 reporting large damage to houses near 188th and Fowler Streets. Omaha fire is searching all houses.
I have to interrupt you. Tornado warning for Omaha. Tornado warning for Omaha. This is now a tornado warning for southwestern Potawatomi County, eastern Sarpy County, eastern Douglas County, and north central Cass County until 5:15. At 4:25 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Louisville. This is not in Kentucky. This is in Nebraska, or 11 miles southeast of Gretna, moving northeast at 35. Hazard with the storm included a tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. This dangerous storm will be near Springfield and Cedar Creek around 4:30 p.m. Papillion and Walnut Creek Recreation Area around 4:35. Eastern Omaha, Bellevue, Ralston Offutt Air Force Base, and La Vista, and Prairie Queen Recreation Area around 4:40 p.m. In South Omaha around 4:45. Downtown Omaha around 4:50. Other locations in the path of this dangerous thunderstorm include Western Council Bluffs, Midtown, Axarman, my bad on the pronunciation of that, Carter Lake, Benson, Epley Airfield, and Florence. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building and avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest residential shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. To repeat, a tornado warning is now in effect for downtown Omaha and most of the downtown Omaha metro until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, about the next 45 minutes or so.
Alright. Going back on what I was saying from the Omaha scanner, we got 2 reports from the storm that had a tornado emergency on it. A moment. Battalion 7 is reporting large damage to houses near 188th and Fowler Streets. Omaha fire is searching all the houses in that area. And also, another heavy rescue with possible entrapment near 215th and Old Culture Road. Crews en route for search and rescue. I will be right back. My mom needed me real quick.
All right, so those are the latest reports. I do want to know that another report that was released not too long ago near Creston was this is about 6 minutes ago. They were reporting a multiple vortex tornado with this storm. So this could be a large tornado with multiple, possibly more intense vortices than the parent tornado actually is.
The tornado emergency has been dropped and is now down to PDS. The tornado emergency warning thing has actually been opted to not be reissued as a tornado emergency, and that warning is now down. It is 4:30 p.m. Central. So that warning is down now, and we're left with a few tornado warnings still in effect right now. We've got this one down towards the south here for southeastern Nemaha, western Richardson, and southeastern Pawnee counties until 5:15 p.m. One to the north for this small cell right here remains in effect until 5 p.m. Central for northwestern Nemaha and southeastern Otto counties. And then, of course, you have this tornado warning just to the southeast of Omaha, or southeast of Omaha, which goes until 5 p.m. for northwestern Fremont, western Mills, and eastern Cass counties. And then, of course, you have that warning for Omaha that we just read off, and this is still PDS in this cell over here. So there is a fair bit of activity going on right now. And a tornado warning down in Texas by the looks of it, too. Yeah, the use of Dallas-Fort Worth. And then you have this cell down here in Kansas, too. That's probably
so we have obviously multiple tornadic super cells ongoing as the event continues to ramp up into the late afternoon, early evening hours. Right now, it doesn't look like there's really much of a good visual on radar as far as the Omaha tornado warning is concerned. But this is probably the one that we're going to have to focus the most on since the circulation is set to head straight into central Omaha here. So it's very important that anyone who is in Omaha right now or in the or in the greater Omaha metro needs to keep their eyes on this tornado warning cell right now, as once again the environment is potent enough for this to quickly spin up a very strong, potentially violent tornado, as we saw with the tornado emergency warned tornado that went through the areas of Bennington, Blair, and Fort Calhoun earlier. Thankfully, it looks like that circulation is starting to weaken, but this could easily recycle with the conditions that it has working with it.
You will have to watch this circulation very closely as it's just about to cross over Interstate 29, and is closing in on the town of Modale right now. Once again, the circulation is still continuing to move off towards the north here. I can't get the warning text, unfortunately. Here we go. Moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
10 tornado warnings currently active.
Yep, so that also includes, we also have severe thunderstorm warning ongoing to the west of that downgraded tornado warning. A severe thunderstorm warning does not have a tornado possible tag on it, as this is currently behind that arc of tornado warned cells that this is going to go. This is going to continue off to the east, and this is mainly going to be affecting western Iowa, going into northwestern portions of Missouri. And this is going to we are also going to be looking at the tornado threat is going to be stretching all the way, that significant tornado threat is going to be stretching all the way down into northeastern Texas, through eastern Oklahoma, parts of far western Arkansas, and even into eastern Kansas and western Missouri, including parts of the Fort Smith, Arkansas, and Kansas City metro areas. As those are going to be coming as the tornado warned storms are going to be marching off to the east, and more storms will likely be forming as this giant arc of cells continues to move off to the east and into further east towards central Iowa and central Missouri.
So at the moment, we do have 9 tornado warnings. most of which are in Nebraska and Iowa. Some moving.
So Sam, I'm guessing you took over for Ethan.
I would.
Yes.
Yeah, for now.
Alrighty. Well, as much as I hate to say, I'm gonna have to go AFK for a couple hours. I will be right back.
Understood.
Yeah, because usually in the evenings I usually help out with baseball practices, and I'd promise a few of the kids that I'd be there tonight. So yeah.
Sure thing.
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple hours.
All right. So we actually did just get a new tornado warning. This is going to be in effect for southwestern Harrison County in Iowa and in east central Nebraska. This is going to be for southeastern Burt and central Washington counties, which is going to go until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 3 miles southwest of Kennard or 5 miles northwest of Bennington, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. They do note a secondary rotation near Kennard, also moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. So this has potential to potentially produce multiple tornadoes from this storm. This is going to be going until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And this is going to be near Blair and Kennard within the next 5 minutes. So if you're in Blair or Kennard, you're going to need to be taking shelter very quickly here. This is going to be on you in about 4 minutes here, if not sooner. Tornado warnings. We have an update to another tornado warning in Nebraska. This is for the counties of Omaha and Richardson. This is also going to be going until 5:15 p.m. Central. Where severe tornado warned storm. This tornado warned storm was located 6 miles southwest of Dawson or 10 miles northwest of Sabeta, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. And the second area of rotation was located 5 miles north of Humboldt, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. So these are going to be pretty potent storms that are going to be moving at pretty decent speeds. So this is definitely something that you need to be taking seriously. You need to be treating these with the utmost caution today, going into the evening hours, and especially going further south into Missouri and Arkansas, parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. A couple of tornado warnings have been dropped. The Cass and Sarpy County tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so you are in the all clear. This is also for Colfax, Platte, and Stanton counties. You will be in the all clear as well, as that tornado warning has been canceled for you. We also have just got a recent report of a tornado from a trained spotter in Harrison County, Iowa. It looks like a tornado has since roped out.
So we do in fact still have that tornado warning for Omaha. Rotation is still there, currently near Papillion, approaching towards US Route 75. It may or may not head just to the south of downtown, but you can still see that this is a storm producing some rotation as it moves towards Bellevue and Route 75 in between Papillion and Bellevue in those regions.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do also want to point out we do have a flash flood warning for most, if not all, of the Omaha metropolitan area. This flash flood warning will include parts of northwestern Mills, southwestern Pottawatomie, eastern Douglas, northeastern Sarpy, and southeastern Washington counties. This is going to include the border between Iowa and Nebraska as well. Those counties in Iowa are Mills and Pottawatomie, and the ones in Nebraska being Douglas, Sarpy, and Washington counties. And this does include most of, if not the entirety of the Omaha metropolitan area. To break that threat down, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms have been producing heavy rain across the warned area. About an inch has fallen in the area, and we could be seeing as up to 2 additional inches of rain in this area. Flash flooding is either ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Flash flooding of small creeks and streams are likely, as well as those in urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, including mainly poor drainage in low-lying areas. This is going to include the following areas: Omaha, Council Bluffs, Bellevue, Papillon, Ralston, Boys Town, Offutt Air Force Base, Millard, La Vista, Carter Lake, Crescent, Midtown, Ak-Sar-Ben, South Omaha, Benson, Florence, Epley Airfield, Walnut Creek Recreation Area, Prairie Queen Recreation Area, and Standing Bear Lake. So if you're in this area, for those of you who are under the tornado warning, you will need to prioritize the tornado warning first, as that is the more immediate threat. After that, you will be able to take your flash flooding precautions. Basically, get to the higher ground. But once again, you need to be prioritizing the tornado warning, as that is going to be that is a greater threat to life and property, and more so than the flash flood threat.
There is also 2.75-inch in diameter hail with this storm, so it is not just the possible tornado that is heading towards Omaha. It's also extremely large hail. The DBZ values, which basically are what determines hail on radar, are reaching up to 70 DBZ, which is quite a bit. And that definitely will impact some places that won't experience a tornado if there is one. Definitely in Omaha. So that is definitely a threat along with the possible tornado.
Yeah, that's baseball-sized hail that you're looking at right there. That would be for severe thunderstorm warnings. That would qualify as That would prompt a destructive tag, which means that hail of this size has the potential to cause serious harm, as well as a serious threat to life and property. So you will want to be in shelter. Nonetheless, we also got a new tornado warning issued for Nemaha and Richardson counties, which is going to be going until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The severe thunderstorm was located near Dawson, or about 10 miles west of Falls City, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southeastern Nemaha and north central Richardson counties, which will include Indian Cave State Park and Barada. So if you are in Indian Cave State Park or Barada or near Dawson, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now.
So yes, there is that tornado warning near Dawson. Back to, let's see if we do still have tornado warnings in Texas. We do still have one. We have one near the town of Canton, which is about to approach Interstate 20 near that town. It does have some decent rotation on it. You can see it on the feed here. It doesn't have much hail with it, so this is mainly the possible tornado threat with this one. But you can see as the storm approaches towards Canton, this is a concern for that region. So you do have to prioritize this. It does not look like that there is a debris ball, it seems. So this is unlikely to be a tornado on the ground, but still you have to go into shelter if you are in the Canton area.
Yeah, right now, actually, speaking of rotation, the rotation on the Omaha cell is not very well defined at all. Not to say that there isn't rotation, there is, but it looks to be more bowing out a little bit right now, which could be a good sign as this continues into Omaha. But again, this still with the conditions in place, this could still spin up a rather potent tornado. This could rather spin up a rather strong tornado as it heads into Omaha. Right now, looks like the hail threat is also very serious threat as well. This is going to continue to move off. This storm will continue to move off to the east This is going to be in Omaha. This should be in Omaha in about 5 to 10 within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So make sure you are in your tornado shelters right now. And tornado shelter being any basement or interior room, such as a closet or bathroom. You want to have as many walls surrounding you as possible, so that you are able to guarantee you have the best chance of staying protecting yourself from the tornado. Right now, it looks like hopefully the circulation will continue to weaken, because thankfully it doesn't look very organized right now. So as long as this stays disheveled, looks like Omaha could end up dodging a bullet. But again, you do need to be in your tornado shelter right now if you are in Omaha, anywhere in the Omaha area right now in this polygon.
So we are still looking at the storms that are in Nebraska and Iowa. There is another tornado warning towards the southeast of Omaha, with 1.75 inch in diameter hail. It is a radar indicated threat as it approaches towards Interstate 29 near Glenwood, near its junction with US Route 34. This is another rotating storm. However, it does not look like the rotation on this is nearly as potent as what we're seeing with the other storms. So that is good news, but it still is about to cross the Missouri River into Interstate 29 now.
Yeah, that's absolutely. And right now it looks like we also have, I don't know if we've gone over this lone tornado warning down in down southeastern Kansas, but this is I do want to note that this isn't being picked up very well, due to the fact that this is pretty much in what we call a radar dead zone, which is basically any area that is not received well by radar because of how far they are from all the radars themselves. But this tornado warning right now is located right near Humboldt, and this is going to continue to move off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is currently over Chanute right now, but this is also going to be affecting areas such as Humboldt. As this moves off to the east, we could be seeing more areas here in the path of this tornado warning.
So there you have it. We still have 10 tornado warnings in effect. Most of them are in Nebraska, but we still have one there in Kansas. So looking back at some of our storms in more southern regions of Nebraska, we do still have this tornado warning in effect for Schubert, Stella, Dawson, and Verdon, and another smaller tornado warning towards the east there for Barada and the Indian Cave State Park. So this is still a tornado warning in effect. This is not confirmed in any way, but you still have to take your precautions just in case for this tornado warning as it approaches towards the Schubert area. Even though, now that I'm looking at it, it does not look like the rotation is too intense with this. It does look fairly broad. So I do think that this won't be a concern for long, but we're still watching it for possible rotation as it approaches towards the northeast.
Right. Going into going all now, you have all these cells, this line of cells right now. This is all starting to enter. This is all starting to now enter Iowa and Missouri. And I do expect that more tornado warnings are going to be coming up for these cells as they continue to move. So they continue to move in the general direction of the northeast. It looks like fortunately, I do want to say that right as of right now, we do not have any tornado warnings off to the west of this line of storms right now. But at the same time, I do want to stress that we are starting to see the tornado threat start to ramp up along the Kansas-Missouri border. We do have some ongoing tornado warnings. We do have that one tornado warning storm near Canton right now, as well as these are also surrounded by flash flood warnings. So I do want to point out that anyone who is under a tornado warning and a flash flood warning at the same time need to prioritize the tornado warning first, because those threats are a lot more imminent, and they are basically those typically go for no more than an hour for your area. So once those are through, then you can focus on the flash flood warning. I like to say that you want to get so in both these warnings, if you're under both these warnings, I'm just saying to get low first and then go high afterwards. We have some more hail reports coming in. Right now, it looks like the tornado reports are starting to die down, at least on the Omaha NWS Omaha side of things, which is a good sign, because it looks like things are quiet. We are starting to go into a little bit of a lull as far as confirmed tornadoes go. But once again, we do need to stress that all of these warnings right now are in I believe in either the 5% or the 10% significant tornado risk. And all these storms do have the potential to put down potentially strong, long track tornadoes with any cells that can remain discrete.
Possible view just of what that Texas storm is doing right now. We can't see much at the moment, but you can see there is some rain in the general region, and it is fairly cloudy at the moment too. This isn't a tornado warning, but it does not seem like we can see anything at the moment. So that is good for now, but we still have to watch for that possible tornado.
Yep. Right now, it looks like most reports that we're seeing are hail reports. Speaking of which, the Omaha tornado warning does note that it is carrying baseball-sized hail. So this is you not only should be treating this as a tornado warning, but you should also be treating this as a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, as baseball-sized hail has the potential to do major damage and could be life-threatening to those who are caught outside. Right now, it looks like the main looks like we are starting. Looks like it looks like this line of tornado warned storms is convecting more and more, and what we're hoping is that that these cells start to congeal and become more messy, which would in turn limit to the tornado potential. Although you can get spin up tornadoes within the line of storms, but it's really going to come down to how well these cells can remain discrete, as they are either right now. These cells are currently either discrete or semi-discrete, which means that the tornado potential is still higher for those areas. And we also did just get a report of large hail 2 miles to the west of Papillon, where public is reporting hail of golf ball size, which was reported 12 minutes ago per the timestamp.
So we do have some rotation near Glenwood, Nebraska at the moment that is crossing nearby the junction of Interstate 29 and US Route 34. It does seem to be tightening up a little bit, but at the moment, it still isn't as nearly as concerning as any of the tornadoes we've seen recently. But still, this is a threat possibly for Glenwood as this rotation tightens up for the slightest bit. And it will approach towards the Glenwood Archaeological State Preserve near US 34.
Looks like that the circulation, the tornadic circulation right now is on top of Omaha. Right now, that is still radar indicated. However, it looks like that circulation might be starting to organize a little bit better as this heads off to the northeast. So if you are northeast Omaha and going further northeast here, you absolutely need to be keeping an eye on this cell. We did just get a new tornado warning. I believe this might be I don't know if this is an extension of that Omaha one, but this is going to be will be in central Fremont, western Montgomery, and eastern Mills counties in Iowa, and this is going to be going until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This severe thunderstorm was located near Hamburg, moving off to the north at 55 miles an hour. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail will be your threats with this storm. This is going to be near Sydney. This is about to be on top of Sydney. So if you're in Sydney, you need to be taking cover right now. And if you are in Randolph, this is going to be on top of you in less than 15 minutes. This is also going to include the towns of Malvern, Hastings, and Henderson. They do also note that motorists should not take shelter under highway overpasses. If you cannot safely drive away from the tornado as a last resort, either park your vehicle and stay put, or what was better recommended, get out of your vehicle and lie down in a low-lying area and protect yourself from flying debris. But it's obviously imperative that you find the nearest shelter, especially with the potential that these storms have. And it looks like that it looks like the latest scan on the Omaha cell is starting to tighten up a lot more.
Yes, that is true. It is beginning to tighten up as it approaches the Omaha airport, as it is crossing the Missouri River at the moment, into Iowa. And it does seem like that this is becoming a much stronger threat, since this is tightening up so much. Still can't see a debris ball on it, so likely not a tornado on the ground, but still rotation on it, so definitely something to watch as this approaches towards Crescent. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over southeastern Omaha, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado, and golf ball size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damaged roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. So, this is a tornado warning currently approaching just north of the Council Bluffs area, and will cross Interstate 29 fairly soon. So, we do have to watch out as this is a tightening rotation.
Yeah, and there are we have some pictures and video sent into our live channel here. where we have showing multiple areas that were previously affected by by that tornado emergency that was for the areas northwest of Omaha. Large potentially had debris up. You had the tornado itself could have been over half, may have been up to a mile and a half wide, and you're seeing and people are reporting significant damage, especially in Elkhorn, with multiple injuries and some houses having been swept from their foundations. So, just hope and pray for the best for everyone in those areas, and especially consider it. And for those who are currently under tornado warnings, especially for those northeast of Omaha right now, heading up towards Crescent. This is why we stress that it is important to get to a sturdy shelter if you are put under a tornado warning, especially with how high the tornado threat is going to be. And there's also been an increase in velocity as well on that cell northwest of Glenwood. Velocity is really starting to increase now. Go to the correlation coefficient. Right now, it doesn't look like there's really a correlation coefficient really much at all, but it could be. We could be seeing one if this continues to strengthen and potentially put down a tornado out to the north of Glenwood.
This tornado warning that has been near Glenwood has been confirmed. There is a tornado on the ground with the storm near Glenwood. And this was reported right near the intersection of Interstate 29 and US Route 34. So there is a tornado on the ground northwest of Glenwood. It is likely still on the ground, but we are unsure at the moment. It also will approach Route 92 up towards US Route 6 near McClelland and Trainer. So this is a tornado possibly on the ground as this warning continues.
Yep, that tornado was located. This tornado is located 3 miles northwest of Glenwood. This is going to be crossing. This could be crossing. Actually, I don't think it will, but this is near moving away from I-29, moving to the north at 45 miles an hour. Hazard with this storm is going to be a damaging tornado, as well as ping pong ball size hail. This tornado will be near East Council Bluffs Airport within the next 10 minutes, and this is going to be in Trainer around 5:15 p.m. Central Time. So this definitely shows that this circulation is definitely tightening up pretty quickly, and the other circulation northeast of Omaha is also tightening up. So
It's on the ground too. It's on the ground. It has been confirmed by a National Weather Service employee. It has touched the ground just north of Omaha. And it does look like it's still on the ground because we do have a bit of a debris ball approaching just to the east of Interstate 29. So it does seem like we do have a tornado on the ground just northeast of Omaha.
Yeah, and it looks like that CC drop is really starting to get bigger, to increase in size as well. This is heading right for Crescent. This is also heading right for Crescent. So if you are in Crescent, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now, as this tornado could be strengthening further as this heads towards Crescent, and that latest scan is showing that this debris ball may have continuing to increase in size. So again, if you are in Crescent or especially if you're east of Crescent, you need to be in shelter right now.
This is definitely a concern for areas such as Crescent, Underwood, all the way up towards Neola, and towards the Interstate 880 region, towards Missouri Valley. Take your tornado precautions. Make sure you go into an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Hopefully you do have that. If you don't, just go into an interior room of your house where you have as many walls as possible that separate you from the outside and yourself. So this is still a concern as it approaches towards Crescent. Currently, it is approaching Juniper Road, just to the east of Crescent, and also is now currently crossing North Broadway, right to the south of Crescent.
Yeah, we also, I believe, there's also been a report of baseball-sized hail in Omaha. This was reported just a few minutes ago, per emergency manager. So, so this is also significant hail threat is accompanying the ongoing tornado threat. And speaking of the tornado threat,
charge complete.
Looks like that rotation has gotten a lot stronger now. Just south of Crescent, and this is going to be affecting Crescent within the next couple of minutes. So again, you need to be in shelter right now if you are in Crescent. This is going to be continuing to move off to the northeast. I will go over this tornado observed tornado warning. This damaging tornado, which was confirmed by emergency management, it was located over Epley Airfield, 4 miles northeast of Omaha. This is moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. This tornado is approaching Crescent right now. So again, if you're in Crescent, you need to be in shelter right now. If you're going out northeast of here, this is going to be approaching. This is going to be approaching a major highway. There's also under this tornado warning. I will look to see what that is. If you have any new updates on any of these tornadoes, I think it's Maury. Maury's data. Feel free to relay those.
Okay, I will. One thing to note, that storm that has been producing all of that damage towards Elkhorn, Nebraska, it does look like that same cell is finally weakening in rotation. So that is good news on that cell, but it's not so good news on the cell just to the northeast of Omaha, which is continuing to tighten up in rotation as it quickly approaches Crescent. That is definitely some strong rotation on radar, at least, and we are seeing this system quickly approach just to the east of Crescent, so it does look like it may miss Crescent just a little bit, but still, everybody in Crescent should be in shelter. Everybody in Ascot should be in shelter. Everybody in Honey Creek should be in shelter. Everybody in Pigeon should be in shelter. Everybody in Underwood should be in shelter, and all of those locations that are approaching in the path of this tornado.
Yeah, and that's also going to include the I-880 corridor, which it connects Interstate 80 and Interstate 29. That runs between Loveland and Yorkshire.
All of that corridor is in the tornado warning. So all of Interstate 880 is within the tornado warning at the moment.
Yep. And I am really not liking this latest frame right now. It looks like that is taking that tornado looks like it's taking a little bit of a leftward jog. So if you're in Crescent right now, I would definitely stay in shelter. This might have a chance to hit the eastern side of Crescent. So you absolutely need to be in shelter if you're in these areas right now. This looks like this is continuing to increase further in velocity and taking a look at the correlation coefficient, we're now starting to see some grays and blacks on there, which really is just really showing that we could be seeing some big time debris in that area. This is a deep correlation coefficient, and is definitely not what you want to see.
Yeah, that is true. It's actually so much that it's actually causing the radar to glitch out a little bit because of how much debris is being wafted into the air. So this is definitely a concerning situation still. Now it is past Crescent. It is now approaching towards Honey Creek and Pigeon. If anybody lives in those areas, especially the entire Interstate 880 corridor, you need to be in shelter now.
Absolutely. And it looks like this is going to be getting into some more specific areas. This is going to be heading towards neighborhoods along the roads of 195th Street, Pin Oak Road, going into some more major roads such as Cougar Avenue, up towards 215th Street, going up towards 210th and Sumac Roads. This is going to be heading towards. This is going to be following the corridor of Pigeon Creek, which is the creek itself, heading up towards 210th and 220th Streets, heading up towards L34 before it hits 880. So those areas, if those sound familiar to you, you need to be. This tornado is heading straight for these areas. It looks like there are a good amount of a few remote neighborhoods in these areas, which are all under threat of this tornado right now, which is definitely not a good sign. I'd also go to say, if you are in Honey Creek, if you are at the Hitchcock Nature Center Campground, Badger Ridge Campsite, this is going to go all the way up towards the Castor Cemetery, near areas to the west of Neola, including the Knox Lava headquarters, as well as Grange Cemetery, St. Bridget's Cemetery, and St. John's Lutheran Church. You need to be You need to be taking shelter in these areas right now. This tornado is continuing to increase in intensity and possibly in size. CC drop is continuing to increase as well on that latest scan. And on velocity, it's not looking quite as impressive as it did earlier, but it is still very strong nonetheless.
That is true. We did see images of this being a wedge tornado. That is just a very large tornado. We're unsure if it still is, but it's still possible, maybe even likely. So you do have to get into shelter if you live in the regions within these tornado warning.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you're seeing fortunately, looks like everything here is in more remote areas. However, there are some structures in these areas that may be a bit populated. So hopefully, if anyone is hearing this stream, we're urging you right now to get to shelter. If you have a basement, go to your basement. Otherwise, you need to be on the ground floor in a sturdy shelter, in a interior room on the lowest in an interior room such as a closet or a bathroom. You'll want to protect yourself in there by putting any blankets or coats over you, or any other soft items that in case anything falls on you or hits you, that you can protect yourself from anything that might be that might potentially harm you. Going into the tornadic circulation south of McClellan doesn't look as strong. Does not look too strong right now, but given the signature on that, we are currently going to continue to monitor that as well.
Also, we did just get an update from a storm in southeastern Nebraska that has an observed tornado on it near Falls City, and also 2.75 inch in diameter hail, baseball size hail. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground near Falls City and the Barada area, and this is in, I believe this is in the southeastern corridor of Nebraska, and it is approaching towards Iowa, towards that Interstate 29 corridor.
We just got two new tornado reports out of Trainer. Well, actually 6 miles west and 6 miles west southwest of Trainer, where a tornado was reported just a couple of minutes ago. And now we do have a PDS tornado warning for Harrison and Pottawatomie counties in Iowa. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. I believe that's the crescent cell. I believe that we've been following here.
It is.
Yeah, this tornadic thunderstorm is going to remain over mainly rural areas of northwestern Pottawatomie and south central Harrison counties, including Hitchcock Nature Center, Historical Village Welcome Center, and Weston. So if you are in any of those locations, you need to be in shelter right now. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado.
That is true. As this is a PDS tornado warning, as it approaches the Interstate 880 corridor near Neola and Minden, it will cross over Interstate 880. Let me just see how long it will probably take. It'll probably cross over Interstate 880 in about 7 or so minutes. That is the general time frame that it will cross it over. That is what I'm seeing at the moment. So everybody along that Interstate 880 corridor, now it doesn't encompass the entire highway, it just encompasses the eastern portion of it near its junction with Interstate 80, but you still have to be aware with this storm as it continues to approach towards now near Persia, I believe. Still, though, these are very unpopulated regions of Iowa, so thankfully that is good news. We're still watching for possible tornado or likely tornado in these general regions.
Yeah, and if you do happen to live be in or live in any of those areas right now, what you really need to continue to take those tornado precautions, stay as low as possible, and continue to keep yourself safe from flying debris. Again, by using any soft objects that you have that you can use to protect yourself, especially your head and neck. As I do also want to stress that the most common cause of tornado fatalities are blunt force trauma to the head because of flying debris. So that's why you want to focus on keeping your head and neck safe from flying debris, as those are your more vital areas as opposed to the rest of your body. But you also want to have the rest of your body covered up as well. You want to have as much of a cushion on you as possible, and make sure that you're also having as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, good places for that is a closet or a small bathroom that does not have windows. The severe threat will continue. In northeastern Texas. A new weather watch is going to be needed to replace the current weather watch in that area. They note that the severe threat will likely continue past 23 Zulu, which that's UTC time, and in Central Time that is
6 p.m.
Yeah, that's 6 p.m. Central Time. So that's going to be continuing as a cluster of storms are continuing um, from Forreston, Texas, to Sulphur Springs. They have many hail reports and transient rotation have been reported to be embedded within the line. Um, it says that the complex has modified the air mass, which is apparent in surface observations and visible satellite. It will continue to maintain severe intensity with potential for all severe hazards as it moves northeastward into the Arklatex region, being around the center point of around where Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas converge. Um, New thunderstorm development will also be possible to the west of this, and these storms are also going to have the potential for all hazards. So, a new weather watch is going to be needed, which means the severe weather threat will continue throughout northeastern Texas and further to the northeast.
So there is still this confirmed tornado approaching towards Interstate 880. It is likely about to cross the highway near Pigeon, which is near County Highway L34. So anybody driving along Interstate 880 in those areas, they need to be aware that you are under a tornado warning and get to shelter when possible.
Yep, and we're still want to be still want to stress that there is also a confirmed tornado um, near Council Bluffs Airport, near the Council Bluffs area. And this is continuing to move off to the northeast, where areas such as McClelland, Underwood, Neola, and Minden will continue to be in the path of this tornado of this ongoing tornado. This tornado was confirmed by weather spotters with a second area of rotation near Trainer, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, if you're McClelland, Underwood, Neola, and Minden, you need to be in shelter. You need to be in shelter. You need to take your tornado precautions right now.
Yes, so as these storms continue, they continue to thrive in a mainly well-developed environment where tornadoes will still continue to be a possibility as they go all the way towards Des Moines. So the Des Moines area should be aware that these storms will not be done once they reach your area, and there's still that possibility for some tornadoes to develop in and around the Des Moines area.
So if you are, so basically that corridor between the border of Nebraska and Iowa, and down to the borders of Kansas. Basically, this whole border area between from Iowa and Nebraska down to the Arklatex region, going into the central portion of the states of all the states of the east from Iowa to down to Arkansas. This is going to be your main threat area for tornado potential, as well as significant hail. I do also want to point out a tornado warning for that area just west of the border with Missouri. This tornado warning is continuing for Bourbon County until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. This severe thunderstorm
was located near Mora, moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. This storm has had a history of producing both tornadoes and large hail. This includes the following areas: Fort Scott, Marmaton, Bronson, Uniontown, Fulton, Redfield, Mapleton, Harding, Pawnee Station, Hyattville, Petersburg, Hammond, Devon, Garland, Porterville, and Xenia. So if you are in any of those areas that I called out, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is also likely going to continue to the east into western Missouri. We have a new observed tornado warning as well. Um, this tornado warning is for north central Potawatomi, eastern Harrison, and northwestern Shelby counties, all in Iowa, until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This tornado-producing storm was located 7 miles northwest of Neola, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is heading. This is continuing to head away from Council Bluffs, but this is going to be. This is going to continue to head towards the. This is one of the tornado warned storms we've been tracking in throughout Potawatomi, Harrison, and Shelby counties as this continues to head towards the I-80 corridor and as well as the town of Portsmouth.
There is a lot of moisture in the Kansas City area, so we do have to be aware that there is that for some tornadoes, not only in the Iowa to Nebraska area, but also towards Kansas City. They did just extend that 10% hatched risk towards the Kansas City region, and it now includes Kansas City area. So we're not seeing much with that area at the moment, but just be aware that the conditions are in place for possible tornadoes.
Yeah, and look, and especially with this one cell, near the border with Kansas and Missouri right now. That one we may have to watch down the road as this continues off to the east.
Definitely.
Yeah. So it looks like right now we do have all the tornado warning. Actually, I do want to note they did drop the tornado warning in Texas. So right now we do not have any tornado warnings ongoing in Texas, and also all the tornado warnings are basically confined to eastern Nebraska. It looks like that tornado threat is going to be ending soon, thankfully for Nebraska. But as this continues into Iowa, it's going to continue to provide a pretty significant tornado threat as this heads into central Iowa, and this is going to be materializing in. And if anyone who is watching our broadcast in the Kansas City region, do be aware that these storms will likely spread down to that area and continue a threat for all hazards, including the potential for possibly significant tornadoes and significant damaging hail.
So it does seem like the tornado threat may be down in the Texas region, up towards Arkansas and maybe southern Oklahoma. But we are still watching for this threat with these supercells along a line that continue through Iowa as they move now towards Atlantic, Audubon, Carroll, and Storm Lake. So we do also have a new tornado warning now for Norfolk, Nebraska, which is behind the main line. So we were originally thinking that we weren't going to see much behind that line, but we are still seeing some possible convection that makes it towards tornado warning status near the Woodland Park area now.
It is along that arc near the surface low, which is still very much capable of producing tornadoes as that continues to move to the east. But I do want to note right now that we do have a PDS tornado warning for northeastern Monona County. This is going to be going for the next 30 minutes for Ute and Soldier. This tornado is actually over Soldier right now, and this is moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. So if you are hopefully everyone who is in Soldier is taking cover right now. And if you are in Ute, you also need to be taking cover. If you are anywhere in northeastern Monona County, you need to be underground or in the lowest level of your home or business, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protecting yourself from flying debris. We have a new tornado warning that has just gone up as well for southeastern Richardson County in southeastern Nebraska until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. The storm was located near Hiawatha, moving to northeast at 45 miles an hour. This storm will be near Rulo in 10 minutes. So if you are in Rulo, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. This storm, once again, this is a tornado warned storm moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour that will be in effect for the next 30 minutes, especially for Rulo.
So, we now look back at that PDS tornado warning, currently in effect for Soldier, Ute, and just to the east of Mapleton. There is some rotation currently right over Soldier. It isn't nearly as big as we saw with these previous tornadoes back in Nebraska, but we are still watching, and this still could be a particularly dangerous situation for those areas in Soldier, Ute, and in that tornado warning.
Yeah, it looks like I believe that is within that area of tornado warning cells near the triple point between Kansas, Missouri, and Nebraska. And it doesn't look looking real quick to see. Unfortunately, the radar in this area doesn't seem to be picking it up that well for these areas. But yeah, these are going to be continuing off to the northeast. As this looks like, from what I'm seeing, some of these cells are trying to stay discrete, which given the environmental conditions, these should be able to try to sustain tornadoes, which could become rather significant. And I believe that's where the PDS is. No, PDS is the one near Soldier. We also had a tornado reported 5 minutes ago in Potawatomi County near Underwood. We're also getting scanner reports of destruction in southwest Douglas County for the Omaha scanner. So if you are in, so obviously, I do also want to point out there are some boundaries, kind of gust fronts, if you will, right here that is extending along a line from those tornado warnings near the triple point of Nebraska, Kansas, and Missouri, all the way down to around Americus in Kansas. In Kansas, and these could allow additional storms to fire up around this area, heading down into Kansas City. And we have another one of these lines here that may be convecting in short order as well. From a line up from around Chillicothe in Missouri down to around where this tornado warned cell is in southeastern Kansas, and further down into northeastern Oklahoma. Egg-sized hail has also been reported in Papillon and Sarpy County, Nebraska. Tornado warning will continue for Harris. Radar indicated tornado warning will continue for Harrison and Monona counties for until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, where tornado and golf ball sized hail will continue to be a threat for this area. This will stay over mainly rural areas of southeastern Monona and north central Harrison counties.
Yes, so we are still watching 12 tornado warnings at the moment. I believe one of them, or possibly more, is PDS. As it approaches, the main one that we're talking about is the one that approaches Ute and Charter Oak. That is still a PDS warning. Still some rotation on that storm, as it approaches towards Ute. So everybody should be taking the tornado precautions now in that region.
The tornado warning for Omaha and Richardson counties has been allowed to expire. I believe this has been replaced by the tornado. This was been replaced by the tornado warning for north central Potawatomi, eastern Harrison, and northwestern Shelby counties. I believe that is still ongoing for those areas. Going to be going to correlation coefficient as well as velocity scans just to see what these tornadoes are looking like. And there's actually still a pretty impressive hook in that tornado warning on the reflectivity near Neola and Minden. Velocity does not look as impressive as it did earlier. And if we go to the correlation coefficient, it looks more disheveled now. So, but still, this looks like this tornado may still be on the ground heading towards Minden. So if you are in Minden right now or Neola, continue to take your tornado precautions until this warning expires.
So definitely a lot of tornadoes and damage that we've experienced today. We are getting reports of injuries from that storm that formed near the Uton and Elkhorn area. Hopefully none of them are too significant, but unfortunately it does seem like that was a very strong storm, and people are brutally affected by it.
Yeah, I also do want to point out that we just got a new mesoscale discussion concerning the tornado threat going into through western Iowa and northwestern Missouri. This is where the greatest supercell concentration will be over the next few hours. This attendant severe threat will continue to spread to the northeast across western Iowa and northwest Missouri, where they note that partial clearing across southwestern Iowa has contributed to increasing temperatures and increasing dew points, which will help provide surface-based buoyancy and additional recovery for these cells going into central Iowa later into the evening. They note that they've also noted the multiple long-lived supercells, which are now advancing east of the Missouri River into western Iowa. The air mass will continue to maintain robust updrafts, which will continue the tornado threat until less favorable conditions are encountered further downstream. So this is going to continue at least for the next. This tornado threat will continue into the mid-evening hours over these areas, in western Iowa and northwestern Missouri.
So it does not look like this tornado threat is over. This 10% hatched risk continues as an enhanced risk, still including the Des Moines area, still including the Kansas City area, and it still includes all the way down just to the east of Dallas, too. We'll see if we get any more tornadoes out of that. But at the moment, we do notice that there is a new tornado warning in Oklahoma. along Route 66 near Chelsea. I'm trying to find the rotation on it. I do see a little bit of rotation here. On the cell that is currently approaching towards Interstate 44 near Chelsea. This is just to the northeast of Tulsa. So this is a tornado warning currently in effect. As it approaches towards Chelsea, Big Cabin, and Veneta. This is still in that 10% hatched risk, and we're still seeing some tornadoes all along that area. So it doesn't look like the southern mode is quite done, but it is beginning to calm down from the looks of things.
Latest frames in the Neola area for that tornado warned storm. Looks like now we have an increasing CC drop along with increasing rotation, and we are seeing one of the tornado chasing streams on YouTube are showing reporting a large tornado near Neola, which is continuing off to the northeast towards Minden, and likewise, this is also going to continue. This confirmed tornado warning is continuing further east into Iowa. Weather spotters confirmed tornado was located 2 miles to the southeast of Neola, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. This tornado is going to be near Shelby within the next 5 minutes. This will also include the towns of Harlan, Irwin, and Defiance. Tornado is on the ground. If you are in any of these areas, you need to take cover now. This tornado could be intensifying rapidly as this continues to move off to the northeast into these areas.
And it does look so as we continue to look at these frames as it approaches the Interstate 80 corridor. It is now directly over the town of Minden, right near 335th Street. And it still is strong rotation at the moment with the CC drop coming in hand with it. So this is still pretty much a tornado on the ground. We are still looking at it as it approaches towards Harlan and Shelby, as the tornado warning was just extended.
Yeah, it looks like this tornado is continuing through Minden. It's going to be taking a direct hit into Minden right now. So if you are in Minden, you need to be underground or in the lowest interior or an interior room on the lowest floor of your home or business. The velocity scans are very oppressive right now, and correlation coefficient is showing a pretty significant CC drop right now. You can see that you have those blacks right in the center there, which is an indication that this is some very that debris is being fair bit of debris, and especially larger debris could be being lofted into the air right now. This Minden could be taking a direct hit as we speak.
That is what we're seeing with this storm. Next locations in it. Unfortunately, we did just get a tornado emergency for the storm near Minden, and that is the third tornado emergency of the day. But everybody in Minden should be in shelter right now because a tornado emergency has just been issued.
Yes, it is. Tornado emergency for Minden. This is once again, tornado emergency for Minden and areas to the northeast. If you need to be in shelter right now, if you are in anywhere in this tornado emergency, this is going further to the northeast, especially towards Shelby and Tennant. Right now, this one is a confirmed tornado. However, right now, this is going to be still a tornado emergency for Minden. This is going to be going for the next This is going to be going for at least the next.
16 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be going for the next 7. What? It's not seeing where this is, when this is going to be until. Well, this is going to be going for at least 15 more minutes. As obviously it looks like Minden has just taken a direct hit from this tornado. The debris is a lot larger now, and unfortunately, it looks like we could be seeing a worst case scenario coming for Minden.
I am looking at some Storm Chasers feeds. There is a huge wedge tornado on the ground with this storm near Minden, and it is definitely an extremely concerning situation as a huge tornado is approaching towards the Interstate 80 corridor between its junction with Interstate 880 and near Shelby. This is an extremely powerful tornado, and it definitely is concerning to everybody that will be within the path. So, currently, we do have a tornado emergency with the storm near Minden. We're unsure if it will be extended at the moment. It does not look like it at the moment, but we'll never know. It could get extended, and just like that, it has been extended. The tornado emergency has been extended, and it now includes the town of Harlan. Harlan is now under this tornado emergency, and it continues to move up towards Tennant and directly towards Harlan. This is another extremely dangerous tornado on the ground currently as it approaches towards US Route 59 near its junction with I believe State Highway 44. As the emergency states, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located near Minden, or 14 miles southwest of Harlan, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Tornado emergency for Minden. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard: deadly tornado. Source: weather spotters confirmed a large tornado near Minden. Impact: you are in a threatening situation.
Hello.
Hello, Justin.
Yeah, I'm at the park. I see we have another tornado emergency.
Yeah,
We do have another tornado emergency for the town of Harlan, yes.
Huh?
We do have another tornado
I might be in a
emergency.
spotty connection area. Hang on.
Yes, so,
Hello?
yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm in a spotty connection area. I'll be back in a.
All right, so that tornado emergency is also going to include Shelby, Tennant, and Harlan. This is going to be continuing off to the northeast. Obviously, the debris ball is a lot larger now.
Hello.
Yes, we have you on.
Yeah, I had to rejoin the audio cut out for me. I couldn't hear anybody.
All right. What are your current thoughts on this ongoing tornado emergency that is now with this tornado now heading towards Shelby and Tennant?
Yeah, I'm looking at it on radar right now. I actually have it pulled up on radar scope on my phone. Pretty intense couplet right now.
Yeah, and a very intense debris ball approaches.
Got 59 on one side and 100 on the other. 159 gate to gate. Or actually, 160. Yeah, 160 actually, because it adds up to 160 exact.
Yeah, so that is the winds, I'm guessing, estimated on radar.
Actually, it looks like there's debris fallout starting to occur.
Debris fallout, yes. So debris fallout is currently occurring with the storm. That shows how powerful the storm.
Yeah, I'm gonna just rejoin when I get home because it keeps cutting out for me.
Alright, sorry. This is a tornado emergency continuing for Shelby, Tennant, and all of those regions just to the southwest of Harlan. Still extremely strong rotation on that storm, and definitely a tornado emergency for sure.
Yeah, if you are in Tennant, if you are, or Harlan, if you are up towards Kirkman, Irwin, Defiance, those areas, this entire area is under a tornado emergency, which I will read here right now. This tornado emergency is for Western Shelby as well as Interstate 80 near Shelby and Tennant. This is a deadly tornado with confirmed by weather spotters. This tornado will be near Harlan in 15 minutes. This will be on Tennant in 10 minutes. This will also include Irwin and Defiance. If you are in any of these areas, you need to take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are in a mobile home, a vehicle, or outdoors, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Once again, this is a tornado emergency for Tennant, Harlan, Portsmouth, Westphalia, Panama, Erling, Kirkman, and Defiance, Irwin, and all other areas in this polygon. Once again, this is a tornado emergency. This is a life-threatening situation. If you're in any of these areas that I've just called out, you need to take cover immediately.
So, a very dangerous situation for areas in Iowa, Western. We do also have multiple tornado warnings besides that. It's not only the tornado emergency, unfortunately. We do also have a tornado warning in southern Iowa that has some rotation on it near College Springs. And that is currently radar indicated at the moment. We also do have this tornado warning still from that storm originally northeast of Omaha. That is near Woodbine and just to the west of Portsmouth at the moment. So, still multiple tornadoes. I'm unsure how many are exactly on the ground, but we know that the tornado emergency warned one is definitely on the ground. And it is approaching now towards Tennant, and unfortunately, Tennant does seem like it will receive a direct hit.
Yes, unfortunately. So, once again, if you are in Tennant, it is absolutely imperative that you take your tornado precautions right now. You need to be preferably underground or at the very least, on the ground floor in a closet or bathroom or any other small small interior room away from windows. You need to be protecting your head and neck from flying debris with anything that you can use to protect yourself. This includes but is not limited to coats, blankets, jackets, pillows, any soft item that you can use to protect yourself from flying debris.
So, dangerous situation indeed. Also, there is 1.75 inch diameter. It's not as large as some of the hail we've seen today, but still, hail is a threat, so you also might need helmets and other supplies for that as well. But the main concern at the moment is the tornado as it approaches towards Tennant, Iowa.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at the latest frames on this right now, you definitely see that there's increasing amounts of debris fallout from this tornado. Velocities are still rather impressive for this area, um, and yeah, this is a obviously um, looks out of late. Some reports are showing that Minden, Iowa, has took a direct hit from this tornado, and it looks like Tennant is going to be up next. And I need to stress once again, if you are in Tennant or Harlan, going up into areas such as Westphalia or Kirkman, if you are going along the interstate, well, not interstate, but US 59, State Route 44, including roads such as Road M16, going towards Kirkman, Red Line, and Irwin, going up towards State Route 37, areas east of 191, and parts of Route F24. You need to be in your shelter right now. This is a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially violent tornado that is impinging on these areas and will create a very dangerous and potentially life-threatening situation. So it is imperative that anyone who is in these areas needs to be underground or on the ground floor with as many walls between them and the outside as possible, while using objects that you can use to cushion yourself from flying debris.
So, we do have to be concerned about this tornado emergency, as well as 7 tornado warnings active. Definitely a very active day, it seems. We're expecting something like this to occur, with a 10% hatched risk. Nothing at the moment going on in the Kansas City area, but to the south, in Kansas, we do have, some storms. Also heading into Missouri, we have a radar-indicated tornado near Stotesbury and Hammond. But the main concern at the moment is still this tornado emergency, which currently encompasses Harlan. Definitely a concern for those regions.
Absolutely. Right now it says, and we also did get a new tornado watch as well. As I'm waiting for that to load, is it possible that? All right, let's see what's going on with this tornado watch. This tornado watch, while that tornado watch loads, it looks like this tornado is still producing a ton of debris in the air right now. Lots of black and blue. These are usually the lowest areas right here, where you have the worst. That's where the worst of the debris is, and the larger debris as well.
So, be careful out there. Definitely take your tornado precautions. If you still live in Harlan, you're still not out of this yet. And it does look like this is about to cross Tennant, near the roads County Highway M16 and County Highway F58. This is still a dangerous tornado. It still has a tornado emergency for it. And unfortunately, it does look like it's heading maybe just to the west of Harlan. So, everybody be aware that this is a dangerous, life-threatening tornado that continues to move towards the US Route 59 and State Route 44 area. It does look like maybe the slightest bit that rotation has slightly declined, but this is still a dangerous tornado nevertheless, so we still have to be extremely careful with this situation.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is something that we were hoping we wouldn't see today. It looks like that debris ball over Tennant is starting to get larger, which may indicate that Tennant may have took a direct hit. So hopefully, hopefully everyone who is in tenant is in shelter and is protecting themselves right now as this tornado goes goes over that area. Just want to hope and pray for the best right now.
We really do want to. This terrible situation. We're hoping that this tornado misses Harlan, but it does look like it will come pretty close to the town. Possibly south or west of the town directly. We're currently on watch of which direction the tornado goes. Hopefully it won't make that movement towards the downtown of Harlan, as that would be pretty horrible. But we are still currently watching that strong rotation that has just passed Tennant at the moment. And it will continue to persist. Hopefully not for a long time, but we are expecting it to be quite a little while longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, I'm going to be keeping an eye on reports. Tennant has just reported a tornado per broadcast media right now. So, you're looking for. You're going to keep eye on tornado reports right now. Yeah, and I'm also looking at some feeds on Twitter X. Some areas are showing. Yeah, looking at a few. Definitely looking at a few images on Twitter right now. Some of them that are clearly show tornado. This is clearly wedge tornado that we're seeing. You can also see the structure. Also see if there's the tornado is very much visible on this emergency warning storm per multiple storm chasers. At least, well, the best. At least if there's anything that you can take from this, at least this one is actually visible, considering where this is. But still, this is a very, very dangerous situation, and it looks like right now this tornado may just stay to the west of Harlan, so it may miss this area. But it's certainly also possible that this could also clip parts of Harlan with how large this tornado is, and multiple stream feeds are showing the ongoing tornado. If you have any additional thoughts, anyone in the stream who has any additional thoughts on this emergency right now, or I think is more, yeah, Maury, if you have anything that you're seeing right now, or anything that you're seeing that you would like to relay, please feel free to share that.
This does still seem to be a dangerous tornado. That is definitely what we notice. Many pictures of it show it being very, very strong as it approaches towards the Harlan region, and it does seem like it is getting closer and closer with every passing moment towards that town. So we just hope for the best for everybody in the path of this. Rotation is still very strong with the storm, so everybody has to be extremely careful with this situation. Otherwise, we are looking at a few other tornadoes. That previous PDS tornado warning does not look like it is a PDS anymore towards the east of Soldier. At the moment, it does seem like that will be allowed to expire. We also have a tornado warning in Iowa approaching towards Clarinda. It is currently radar indicated at the moment, but as this continues to move through, it still will remain a threat. And also, down in Kansas, we have another tornado warning, just to the areas north of Nevada, and that does have a significant area of rotation on it too. I believe that is actually
Okay,
in
guys, I'm back. Hello.
Hello. We are still watching tornado
Hello.
emergency.
Someone speak.
We're still watching this tornado emergency at the moment.
This tornado could also be a multi-vortex right now. The tornado itself could be near 2 miles wide. As that looks like that tornado just went over Tennant right now and is heading currently towards Harlan.
Not gonna lie, I'm honestly surprised the Storm Prediction Center didn't go moderate today.
Well, we
Like,
can't
this
say
easily
that
is verifying as a moderate right now.
it's too late now. I mean,
Also, I apologize if I sound a little bit out of breath. I just got back from the park.
Yeah.
but we do still have this tornado emergency at the moment, right here near Harlan. It does look like it's missing downtown, just barely, and it will pass to the north of the town, upon U.S. Route 59.
This looks like this could flip parts of Harlan, especially areas west. If you're west of Harlan, you should not be in that area right now. You should be if you are in Harlan, you should be in shelter right now. If you are, looks like the next potential areas are Westphalia and Kirkman.
So this is a very dangerous situation. It looks like it is about to cross U.S. Route 59, right near its junction with 1300th Street and 1200th Street. This is near the Harlan Crest Home and the mouth of Nakina Bakina Cutoff Ditch. This is still a dangerous situation, and everybody should be in shelter. This tornado emergency expires in 38 minutes. Let me just get a read on which locations will be impacted by this storm and in how long. It does look like that it will impact Kirkman in 10 minutes and Irwin in 17 minutes. Thankfully, this isn't a hugely populated area as it moves past Harlan, so that is good news. But we still are watching this very large tornado.
I'm actually looking at velocity. It looks like there appears to be a satellite tornado on the ground, just to the northwest of Harlan right now.
So
this is a potentially violent tornado on the ground.
So there could be multiple tornadoes on the ground with this, as it seems like we're noticing. Maybe 2, maybe more tornadoes. Just to the northwest of Harlan. We are still watching that. As this is a very dangerous situation. Definitely not what we expected today, but here we are, so we have to accept it, unfortunately.
Yeah, and thankfully we were able to go live when we did, courtesy of our own Ethan Bruning. We would like to personally extend our gratitude towards him for being able to provide coverage for all of you today, especially considering the possibility that any of you could be under today's enhanced risk significant tornado area. In which case, obviously, this is almost certainly potentially probably the most active tornado event we have seen so far this year. But right now, we're currently focused on the tornado emergency at hand, in which case the tornado is currently heading towards, I believe it is Harlan right now. If you are in Harlan, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is continue to go up into areas such as Westphalia and up towards Irwin. This is still a tornado emergency, which will continue, and we are going to continue to stay here to provide coverage for you as long as we have these tornadoes on the ground. And it looks like this threat will be continuing further east as we're still looking at favorable conditions going as far east into Iowa, and that threat is starting to extend down into Missouri as well.
Yeah, we actually have a new tornado warning for Grand Saline and Fruitvale, Texas, by the way.
Yep, and tornadoes will continue, and we will still have a threat for tornadoes and other severe hazards in Texas for the next few hours as well. So we will continue to be on for at least a few more hours to provide coverage as this event begins to peak. As this event continues closer towards its peak. So we definitely want to make sure that anyone who is here and listening to us who are in these threat areas, we can continue to provide you this coverage so that we can tell you what you need to do to stay safe from these storms.
So as these storms continue to move to the east, we are still seeing several strong tornadoes possible. And currently we still see this one now to the northwest of Harlan. What I'm noticing now is it looks like the second rotation that is satelliting around the first is starting to calm down. So even if there is only one tornado, it's still just as dangerous as it would be if there is more than one tornado. So this is still a dangerous situation. Likely, it has been reported that this tornado was over a mile wide at one point. So definitely very long-reaching and very dangerous tornado.
Yeah, this tornado is near Tenet. It is very much visible on multiple streams right now, which is probably the good thing because it's probably better that we're seeing right now that this tornado is really visible to the public. But those who are in the path of this tornado should not wait to see the tornado, as this tornado is actually moving at a rather decent speed. I'm also looking now on Brad Arnold's stream where the actual tornado is, and it looks like we're seeing that is likely a multi-vortex tornado on the ground right now near heading towards Tenet.
Still a dangerous situation at the moment. I don't see in effect. This does look to be either a multi-vortex or partially wedged tornado. A very wide tornado at that, as it is about to cross US Route 59 at this moment, just to the west of Kirkman. So thankfully it has missed the main town of Kirkman and likely Harlan too, but we are still watching for these areas that move up along County Highway M47 and US Route 59 towards Manila.
Yeah, if you go to Brad Arnold's stream, you can clearly see the all the vortexes on that tornado right now. Power flashes are also being shown on Brad Arnold's stream, and it looks like some houses may be getting tossed as well. So this is a very dangerous situation.
Very
Right now.
damaging indeed.
You can see that debris is being lofted in the air on that stream as well.
Right, I'm back with you guys after a while. I apologize for just kind of just leaving you guys there.
You're good, you're good.
I just needed just to chill for a little bit. Anyway, I've been watching things in the background, and right now, I don't mean to doomcast or anything, but this is something that I really need to say here. Per Storm Chaser feeds right now, this tornado is quite likely nearing and I don't mean to say this lightly, 2 miles wide. I'm not kidding with that. That is not to hype anything. That is not to alarm anyone, make everyone, panic. I'm just trying to state just how strong this tornado is. This tornado, once again, is probably nearing, if not exceeding, 2 miles wide. I'm not kidding with that.
That is definitely horrible, and that also shows how long-reaching this tornado will be. With that wide of a tornado, that means it'll be able to hit more homes in a area. Still, it will be mostly confined to that 2 mile spread that it will make. But at the moment, we do now see that thankfully the tornado emergency has been lifted, and it is now only a PDS tornado.
Only a PDS.
Yes, so thankfully it does seem like this tornado has calmed down enough to where the National Weather Service no longer believes that it is the strong and dangerous tornado it once was, especially since it's
it
moving.
still is.
Yeah,
Well, it is, but I think it's moving into a more unpopulated area.
Yeah.
I think that's the reason for it. Yeah, I mean, it's still probably just as strong as it was, but it does seem like that it's moving out of those mainly populated areas. But we're still seeing a PDS tornado warning at the moment, and everybody in the Irwin, Kirkman, Defiance, and still in Harlan, even if the tornado is technically past you, you're still under the tornado warning, so you still should be in shelter. All of those people in those regions definitely still have to remain in shelter.
As I can say right now, this tornado looks to be east of U.S. Route 59 and looks to be moving towards the town of Manila. That is in the U.S., that is in Iowa, not the one in the Philippines, for our Philippine viewers.
It has two L's instead of one.
Yes, it's going to go probably to the east of there, although shift off towards the west, given that this tornado, at least to me, appears to be in the early stages of occluding back into the storm, so it's going to track more north. It might have a more northerly component than northeasterly. But we'll have to wait and see, though. Manila is under a tornado warning for the next 45 minutes, so if you are there, take shelter immediately. And is moving towards the State Route 141 area. That's just to the north of Manila. And any areas north of that, you have Vale, you have Arcadia, and you have areas along US Route 30 to the east of Denison. So those might be some areas later down the line that might be under threat.
And Ethan, pardon the interruption. We now have a confirmed tornado warning for northeastern whole and northwestern, not northwestern, but western Nottoway counties in the extreme northwestern portion of Missouri. At 6:16 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located over Skidmore, or 11 miles west of Maryville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Side hazard besides a damaging tornado include ping pong ball size hail, reported by law enforcement.
Yeah, if you have any comments or questions, please send them down to the comment section down below. I do see that we've gotten a comment here saying that has there been any confirmed wind speeds? Not yet. It's going to be probably a few days for the National Weather Service in Omaha to go through and survey these tornadoes. They've got a lot of work to do. So
yeah, you might want to be surprised if it takes that minimum a week. Minimum.
They can get at least an initial rating out earlier than that. So it's going to take them a while. It'll probably take them at least 24 hours to get something out. It's quite likely that they'll probably go 24 hours, if not sooner, from now and say, hey, there's been a tornado on the ground. They can at least confirm that. And then they've got to go through and confirm the wind speeds and the EF ratings for every single building that this tornado hits, or tornadoes. I should say plural because it's multiple. So it's going to take them a little while. So we'll know probably in about a month or so the actual tornado rating for this tornado. Probably sooner than that, but I'm just saying a month out, just to play it safe.
Yeah, but what matters now is getting people and keeping people informed of these ongoing tornadoes and getting them, making sure that they're in shelter. But I do want to also note that per Brad Arnold's stream, it looks like the tornado is either occluding or is just not as strong right now. But it looks
Okay,
like it's definitely seemed to have weakened a bit, possibly, but it might still be rather strong.
So yeah, still a dangerous situation. I think a good example to show how long it may take to get these ratings out. We had a few tornadoes yesterday. They still have not been rated. So I think it might take a little longer than that. It'll take a few days longer than it's taking with the tornadoes from yesterday, to get these tornadoes rated. So
did you guys go over the new tornado warning feeding off of this storm, by the way?
Feeding off of what storm?
The one that originally had the tornado emergency.
Alright, well, we do see that there is a new...
Yeah, it's no longer PDS, actually. It's just down to tornado confirmed.
Alright, so that is some more good news. It is entering seemingly into less and less urban areas, and it is now entering into an area where we can safely say that not as many people will be impacted. We do also have a tornado warning to the left of this original tornado emergency, but no longer anymore. That is near Portsmouth and Panama at the moment. That does have some rotation at the moment. We can now also focus our attention to some of these tornado warnings in Missouri. It does...
Actually, pardon to interrupt, we actually have a new one just to the west of Bedford, Iowa. National Weather Service in Omaha has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Page County until 6:30 p.m. At 6:19 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 3 miles east of Bradyville or 12 miles south of Clarinda, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation for the source and golf ball size hail as a side hazard. This tornadic storm will also remain over mainly rural areas of Page County.
So current...
I don't mean to you know...
Wait, and Ethan, the storm that originally had a tornado emergency, we now have 2 tornadoes on the ground with it.
I know, and I'm aware of that. But we've got some damage out of... What's the town called? Tennant?
Yeah, Tennant, yeah.
Tennant.
And,
Alright, all wrong.
Well, I don't mean to put this lightly, but we've got a house that's swept clean.
Oh, no.
On my screen now. This is from Tennant, Iowa. This is,
I don't see your screen share,
certainly indications of a very strong tornado. I'm not going to say which rating. I mean, obviously a certain rating is going to come to mind immediately for a lot of people, particularly the people on this team, I imagine. But we're not gonna say anything just yet. Just indications of a very strong tornado for this one.
For one thing, it's also going to come down to how well built these structures are.
Yeah.
Realize that, but definitely it's a very
strong tornado nonetheless. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least EF3, we'll say that. At least EF3.
Yeah.
I think that's safe to say.
Although you also gotta figure, depends on what these homes are also built out of too. So, like if it's hypothetically, if it's a brick home, expect without a doubt a higher rating. If it's like built out of like wood or whatever, and it's not like properly anchored down in the foundation, because we've seen for a fact some homes out in the Midwest aren't from prior tornadoes. You could also get a lower rating too. So we'll just have to wait and see what the damage survey says.
One interesting thing I've noticed about these tornadoes, it seems like that they're occurring north of the warm front itself. So that's very interesting, because usually tornadoes don't do that, but, I mean, occasionally they can, and they can still be strong, so that is something we know.
Event, yeah.
Yeah, this really was a cold core event. It was with the
Mm-mm.
main core of this storm system. But of course, it's not only with this cold core event. We also do have some of those tornado warnings still south of the boundary line in Missouri at the moment. Currently near Butler, and those do seem to be producing some rotation. It's currently crossing Interstate 49 at the moment, right near Rich Hill.
But by the way, you know what's impressive about the storm that has a tornado on it north of Skidmore? It's either my eyes are deceiving me, or you could actually see the CC drop on it from the Omaha radar. And if that's the case, that debris sig is 9,200 feet up.
Alright, wait, let me check. Only
problem is, though, there's no closer radars here, which sucks.
Yeah, I mean, that is unfortunate.
Just in general, this is the northwestern portion of Missouri I hate because of the lack of radar coverage.
Just to correct now, the National Weather Service in Des Moines has upgraded their section of the tornado that crossed over Interstate 80. That's the Tarrant storm that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. That's now PDS now for southeastern Crawford and west central Carroll counties. That warning remains in effect until 7 p.m.
And even more interesting, the Omaha one, the warning actually says a second tornado was on the ground. Interesting.
So, this is still a very, very concerning situation. We still do have a PDS tornado warning in effect as it approaches towards Manila and the Aspen Wall area about. We still do see a CC drop currently near Defiance about.
Maurice, I apologize to interrupt. Your normal duck, IBLX, let's not go there with saying this could potentially end the EF5 drought. Save that for the damage survey.
Again, its construction quality is going to factor a lot into it.
Yeah. So, and it's also, I'm not really sure if it's still intensifying. I don't think it is. So that also isn't true. But yes, still a storm, definitely very strong near Defiance and Manila. It does look like there is actually 2 rotations with this system, so
yep.
Could possibly have 2 tornadoes with this. That doesn't make the event more dangerous, even though it could make the damage more widespread, but still, that is a concern for this region. So, we do have a PDS tornado warning, a couple of confirmed tornado warnings, and a few radar indicated as well. So, still, concerning event, and we will continue to be here through it.
The fact that this is still an enhanced risk is extremely shocking to me right now.
Yeah, I was actually saying that earlier. I'm actually quite shocked that the Storm Prediction Center didn't go moderate today. They should have.
Well, it's probably because of the model. But also, one thing I do want to point out, you know how many people were saying that tomorrow could be worse? I don't know what to say about that. I feel like
I don't either.
I'm not saying they're wrong with that. I really do hope that doesn't mean it is actually worse than this. I don't think so, but we really just have to wait and see. And see.
I'm actually watching one of the videos a storm chaser took from one of the tornadoes earlier. Just the way this tornado looks, this was the one that occurred, this was the one it was near, this was the tornado, that had the tornado emergency on it about 2 hours ago. Looking at it from one day, the chaser was showing a zoomed out view. You know what the shape of it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Kyoto EF4 from last year. Very similar.
Could be
somewhat. But this one is more of a multi-vortex tornado.
Well, yeah, a lot of these tornadoes were had those wedge shapes to them, and also those vortex shapes.
And by by the way, a little bit ago I mentioned there was a satellite tornado. I was right, because a lot of you may know who Matthew Capucci is, right? I'm asking you guys this.
I personally don't.
I was saying it just utter silence. I was like, come on. He actually got video of a satellite tornado orbiting the main circulation. So I was right, there was a satellite on the ground earlier.
Yeah, and there probably still is, to be honest. I mean, there's still
not anymore. No, it actually looks like. So actually, hang on. It looks like the tornadoes might have lifted actually, because I don't see any CC drop anymore.
It does look like most of the CC drop has moved. Basically, it moves further into the storm because the winds are transferring it further up. They're transferring it further up into the storm. It does seem like that's what's currently happening with this system. But no new CC drops. So that means it could not be on the ground anymore, which is good news. But still a PDS tornado warning. Still take this with caution and still get to shelter if you live in Aspinwall and Manila.
Also, some good news. Tornado Watch number 140 has been massively trimmed. So it's now all trimmed to is entirely in Iowa now, and this is going to be for the count. So the counties still in this watch are going to be Fremont, Harrison, Mills, Montgomery, Page, Potawatomi, Shelby, and Monona.
Well, it took long enough. The south to the west? I think it's the west.
Huh?
No, to the north of Joplin in Missouri is on the ground now. Per National Weather Service. Confirmed tornado was located near Rich Hill, moving northeast at 35. I don't know why they say northeast when it's... Well, I mean, it's moving east-northeast.
Yeah.
So that is a tornado warning for... Does not say the counties. Interesting. But that tornado warning goes for the next 12 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's Bates County, southeastern Bates County.
Bates County, thank you.
No problem.
So yes, we're still watching a few tornadoes at the moment.
There's actually an MPing report out of Elkhorn from literally 5 minutes ago. Homes and buildings completely destroyed from the earlier tornado. And honestly, that, as much as I hate to say it, doesn't surprise me.
Yeah,
was this the Neola Tenant Harlan tornado?
No, this was one from about 2 hours ago in Elkhorn.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the one that...
At this point, I would just recommend that we focus on the current situation and the past tornadoes we can focus on later.
Okay.
I only thought I mentioned it because the MPing report just showed up on GR2 for me, so that's why I brought it up.
Anyways, back to our current situation. We do still have, I believe it's still a PDS. It is a PDS. Tornado warning for Manila and Aspinwall. I'm still unsure where the debris ball is.
It's quite likely. It's quite likely at this point. Which storm is that?
That's the storm near Manila.
So it's quite likely at this moment that it's doing a what's called in our world of expertise in meteorology a meso handoff, and I'll describe it here for the simple viewer. So you can see here was the circulation at 6:10. Oh, where'd it go? At 6:10 p.m. Eastern. Come on, go back. And you can quite clearly see very strong tornado, potentially two of them, to the north of Harlan. Now, if I play this loop out, you can very clearly see that eastern circulation is now up here. So if you watch it here, I'll circle it. Once again, it was down here, and it moved northeasterly, and then it sort of started to curve back towards the west, something like that. If that makes sense. What that is called is occluding, and that is basically if we turn on reflectivity here, and I'll keep these circles on, you can see the circulation is getting pulled into the parent supercell. And that mesoscale handoff part, you can see here, as that circulation pulls off towards the north here, you can see a new circulation is starting to develop off towards the east, and that is what we're starting to see now to the north of Manila. And that circulation is now developing while the old one, which is over here, dies off. Hopefully that makes sense.
In other words, it's basically the old circulation is basically transferring its energy to the new circulation.
It's a very complicated energy transfer process, but quite frankly, we really don't see this kind of speed for this kind of stuff, to be honest with you. But it's very common to see long tracking supercells with the history of producing violent tornadoes. I remember the Pilger supercell is a prime example of this. Where right as you have a very strong tornado dying off, you have another one forming literally probably 95% of the time just to the east of the dying one, and that's no different with this at all.
Or another prime example of this would actually be Greensburg back in 07.
That too is another example.
That did the same thing.
And also the Heston-Gossel tornadoes of 1990 is another good example. I don't know if you guys remember. Either way, that is generally what is occurring with this tornado, possibly on the ground.
At this point, I would say that it's quite likely that this tornado is probably going to be on the ground soon, if not already. Nothing on the correlation coefficient just yet, which is basically a radar product that we use to detect debris in the air. Although the circulation has continued to intensify once again on this cell. So if you are in areas out ahead of this tornado warning, think of Vale, West Side, Arcadia, all those locations along US Route 30. Primarily to the east of Denison and to the west of Carroll. Watch out for the circulation very closely, as it's now going to be pushing your direction.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It does seem like maybe we'll see a debris ball with this soon. Still, there are other tornado warnings, mainly in Iowa, and I believe they're
got that one in Missouri.
Nope, it's on the ground again, and it's already a wedge already. Again.
No, I'm gonna just say this now.
Is that the one near Manila?
Yep. I'm gonna just say this now. Here's me, this morning, thinking, oh yeah, there's an enhanced threat today. Could see maybe one or two sick tornadoes. No, this has turned into a full-on outbreak of just wedge tornadoes galore.
Yeah.
And honestly, knowing that people are having their lives just swept away or even taken from these storms just hurts to think about.
It's quite likely that this wedge tornado near Manila is not the same tornado as before. There is the chance that it could be, but in all likelihood, this is a brand new tornado. This is what this cell has gone under is, like I just showed you, was a very classic mesoscale handoff. Although there is the possibility that this is another tornado. We'll have to wait and see for the National Weather Service to go back and do their surveys. But we're just going to just play this by ear as it is right now. New wedge tornado on the ground again with this cell as it pushes off towards the north.
And it does look like there is a debris ball with this already. I am noticing an uptick in the CC drop near Manila. It does seem like that is where the tornado is, and it is currently moving towards the northeast. This is still a PDS tornado warning, and it is approaching towards the US 30 corridor now, towards West Side and Vale. It does still look like it's in mostly unpopulated regions, but it is going to enter into slightly more population centers in the next half an hour or so, so just be aware of that.
Yeah, I do also want to note that two different tornado reports, official reports, have come west of Harlan, showing a home destroyed and significant damage between Portsmouth and Harlan, along with flipped cars.
By the way, I would like to apologize for joining in on my phone earlier. It was a little windy outside, and where I was at the park seemed to be apparently a really bad connection
That's fine.
area.
Not our
So
biggest
just
priority right
gonna
now.
apologize for that real quick.
Yeah, we got a wedge tornado right now, upgraded to PDS again, just now for the National Weather Service in Des Moines. We'll have to wait and see if they upgrade it further. We'll have to wait and see again. Confirmed large intermediate tornado was located. That's actually a previous warning actually. But the last update was at 6:24 p.m. So about 16 minutes ago. That's quite a long time for an update.
Yeah,
and soon.
This is including Manning, Manila, and Aspinwall, all in this PDS right now. So if you're in any of those areas, you need to be underground or on the ground floor of your home or business, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. They're saying take immediate tornado precautions, as noted in the warning.
Alright, so 5 tornado warnings active. Does not look like any more tornadoes are gonna the line, which is good. He had that one. I don't know if that was confirmed or not. I don't think it was. But we did have that one tornado warning behind the line. But it seems like now it's going to be mostly restricted to in front of the line. So areas such as Omaha and Lincoln are now out of it.
Although, do keep in mind.
Good news. Good news. The tornado watch entirely in eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas has been dropped entirely. The main reason to that being is that storms have just struggled to break what's called the cap down there, which is basically the atmosphere is not allowing storms to fire. And as a result, due to that threat not being able to pass, they have dropped the tornado watch down there.
Also, by the way, keep in mind Omaha, severe weather-wise, you're in the clear. However, a flash flood warning does remain in effect for a little over about an hour and 15 minutes. So keep that in mind. Set to expire at 8 p.m. Central Time.
Yes. So, still watching these storms in Iowa and Missouri. Let's check back on that storm that is closer towards Rich Hill, that general region. Still has strong rotation on it. I mean, it's still pretty strong. I mean, let's see if there's a CC drop on it. I don't think there is.
By the way, update as of now, actually. We are up to 70 tornado reports from today. Those are just reports, though. Keep that in mind. Confirmed tornadoes is probably, my guess, around 25 to 30. Roughly.
So, does seem like they've dropped the observed for that tornado.
Yeah, that tornado warning down near to the north of Joplin is down to radar indicated for its intentions, but we are continuing to monitor this PDS tornado warning very closely as it pushes off towards the north here. It does look to be weakening a little bit, thankfully.
Yeah, it looks to be
keep doing that, Storm. We'd really appreciate it. As it pushes off towards now the town of Vail along US Route 30. And surprisingly, they have not extended the tornado warning here. I would. Oh, they've gone ahead and extended it just as I said that. Okay. So new tornado warning for northeastern Crawford County until 7:30 p.m. Confirmed large intermediate tornado was located 5 miles southwest of Vail, moving north at 30. PDS tornado warning, as I just said, damaging tornado confirmed by weather spotters. Potential impacts include you are in a life-threatening situation, flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter, mobile homes will be completely destroyed, and considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Vail, you have about 5 minutes to take shelter. Repeat, a large intermediate tornado is on the ground To protect your life, take cover immediately. Do not wait. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building and put the walls between you and the outside as possible. And avoid windows as well. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest potential shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, new tornado warning for northeastern Crawford County. PDS tornado warning, large tornado pushing towards the town of Vale until 7:30 p.m. Central.
You know what's interesting about this? Maurice is right. This storm is north of the warm front right now. That just shows you how volatile the environment today.
Well, yeah, I think
This storm is probably about like 30 miles north of the warm front. It's still producing large tornadoes. It's insane.
Well, I mean, I think Samuel was looking at the amount of CAPE in the environment. I imagine that was pretty intense. So that's how these storms have managed to sustain themselves, as well as the other environments, as well as the other factors. I don't think there was any cap in place, and there was moisture also in the region.
Charge complete.
So
That was my headset, sorry.
it's okay.
That came over the stream probably. That was my software letting me know that my headset was charged.
I barely even. Yeah, I will
Anyway,
say
if you
this
are in
though.
Vale,
you
have time is running out, maybe 5 minutes to seek shelter at most. So not really a whole lot of warning here for Vale, unfortunately. But they've got a decently strong tornado on the ground right now heading towards the town of Vale.
I will say this though, minus this storm, actually does look like activity is starting to slowly wind down though. Minus this tornado warning storm, of course. Overall, it looks like it's starting to slowly wane.
Well, we still do have that 10% hatched risk in effect all the way towards Des Moines, so we'll see how that plays out. I think a reason for why we're having less tornado warnings is maybe because these storms are congealing more into a line, so that allows less energy to be put into those storms individually.
You also gotta figure though, if the quicker these congeal into a line and being with, especially with the thermals in place right now, could easily get QLCS tornadoes as well. You gotta keep that in mind.
Yeah, thankfully those are shorter lived, but they can still be strong, so we do have to watch out for those, definitely.
Yeah.
Otherwise, doesn't look like there's any new tornado warnings. But we're still watching this PDS tornado warning approach Vale. Past Vale, they're not in the warning yet, but it does look possibly towards Wall Lake and Odebelt, near State Route 471, and its junction with State Route 175.
Like, I honestly didn't think today was actually gonna get this bad, but here we are.
Right now, all those tornado warnings are concentrated along an arc, actually, mostly a line from around Denison, Iowa, down to Bedford, Iowa, and we do have a lone tornado warning storm down in west central Missouri, including Pleasant Gap, Appleton City, Rockville, Ladue, Montrose, and Deepwater, Missouri. Unfortunately, looks like actually it does have some decent radar coverage here. And the rotation here is actually pretty strong. I'm not really seeing any CC on it. Right now, elsewhere, it looks like storms do seem to be having a bit of trouble, especially south of that tornado warning storm, to be to potentially to fire because of the capping inversion in place.
The tornado warning just to the south of Vale. That's not the warning for Vale itself. Good news for that one. It is down to only observed. It does appear that this tornado is weakening as it pushes into Vale. Not to say that it's not on the ground anymore. It still is per the National Weather Service. So if you are in Vale, seek shelter immediately and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible on the lowest floor of your building.
Yeah, still for Vale itself, there is a particularly dangerous situation for that area. Anyways, otherwise than that, we do have these 2 radar-indicated tornado warnings near Creston, Iowa, that is. I do recall that there was a tornado in Creston, Nebraska, but this is in Iowa. And there is some rotation on those storms. Definitely not anything insane, but you can still see a little bit of rotation near the system near Sharpsburg. Going down towards Missouri, you still see that also is down to radar indicated, originally confirmed tornado. And it currently is affecting Appleton City. It does not look like it's on the ground. The CC is not one. It does not look like this is. So the only real concern at the moment is that storm near Vale. I mean, I'm not saying those aren't a concern. You should still take your cautions, live in those areas. Just, those other tornado warnings are particularly dangerous, like tornado. You should still take shelter, though.
If you have any comments or questions, you can send that down to the comment section down below, and be sure to tag us at Force13. It'll light up nice and bright for me to answer that in the future. So right now, we are just left with 2 tornado warnings in west of Missouri at the moment, in between Joplin and Kansas City. One goes until 7:30 p.m., and the other also goes from 7:30 p.m. Those are radar indicated tornado warnings, so seek shelter if you're under those. We have 2 tornado warnings. Trying to find a location for these. To the southwest of Des Moines. They are moving in the general direction of Des Moines, but they're probably more than an hour away, so if they are going to be a threat to Des Moines, it's going to be more than an hour out if they survive that long. They probably won't, if I had to guess, because they're relatively close to one another. Just give me a minute, Justin. And the northern one of those warnings both warnings actually go until 7 p.m. Central, so about the next 7 minutes or so, and we'll have to wait and see if they are reissued. And then we do have that tornado that we're watching as it moves into the town of Vale now. So if you are in Vale, please seek shelter on the lowest floor of your home or office building that you might be in, and put any walls between you and the outside as possible. The tornado has probably just gone through the town, if not already. Pushing off towards the north still at 30 miles per hour. Warning continues until 7:30 p.m. Central.
By the way, Storm Chaser and actually one of my good friends, Hunter Hurley, he's on a storm near Conception Junction, Missouri right now, and he actually just reported a funnel cloud with it. Also, he took a very pretty picture of it too. Backlit funnel cloud from the sun going down and whatnot. Very pretty picture.
That actually was the tornado that around near Maryville, Missouri. That did used to be on the ground. I believe it was like a half an hour ago, as it moved across the Kansas-Missouri border, the Nebraska-Missouri border. I don't know.
Wow. And Omaha scanner 35 minutes ago. 174th and Bennington Road, just to the north. 20 homes completely destroyed.
Yeah, so that is pretty dangerous. It seems like we do have lots of injuries, believe, so.
Also, I apologize if my voice sounds a little bit hoarse. My allergies are kicking me in the butt right now, so.
Yeah, it's fine. But you can see that there's still. I am noticing this one area of rotation now near Manila again, behind this storm. It looks fairly interesting, I will admit. It does look like a potential another area of rotation that will move into the original tornado warning, into that PDS tornado warning. So maybe another area of rotation behind it.
By the way, from Daryl Hersman, the maker of IEM Bot himself, actually, just posted 14 minutes ago from this tornado outbreak that's ongoing right now, and the National Weather Service in Omaha so far has issued 40 tornado warnings today.
Well, it does seem like that is a significant amount. I don't know what the record is.
Tornado southwest of Manila is on the ground. On the ground. This is an unwarned tornado right now, southwest of Manila.
Yeah, that's the one that I mentioned. This tornado.
Oh yeah! Holy crap!
Yeah, this tornado has a pretty big CC drop. It's not like anything huge, but you can see that this is probably an unwarned tornado just to the west of Manila again. This is a little bit west of the original tornado, and I don't know if they're going to go ahead and warn that, but it will eventually head into the original very warning that was disbanded.
By the way, found out what it's hitting. It's hitting a little bit, small little road of trees that looks to go along a river, actually. And it's also hitting a couple farmsteads as well that are just north of it.
That tornado, we do have, it looks like a large tornado on the ground on Brad Arnold's stream again.
Oh my god.
Let me have a look at where he is. Who is that? Brad Arnold, you said?
Brad Arnold.
Let me have a look where he is, and I'll give my thoughts on this. I have an ad, so that's nice. But tornado warning has been issued for that circulation to the southwest of Manila. Interestingly, they've gone with radar indicated. They should upgrade that immediately until 7:30 p.m. for southeastern Crawford and west central Carroll counties, moving northeast at 45.
Brad Arnold is northeast of Manila.
So that is where that tornado that was originally unwarned is.
Yes.
Yeah, it does seem like rotation is strong in that storm. So definitely another as it moves just toward it does look like it is getting pretty strong. So everybody in Hallber, Aspen, you just able to get out of your shelter because there's another tornado possibly approaching towards your area. Then towards West Side and Arcadia, you also have to be in shelter. This one is moving a little bit more towards the northeast than the other ones, so just be aware of that as we continue to move. It will head towards the Carroll region, generally, near the junction between US Route 30 and US Route 71.
I will be right back real quick. I'm gonna go grab a cough drop. Be right back.
But that northerly circulation appears to have pushed through Vale and is moving off towards the north now. And if it holds together, the next town that it will target looks to be Wall Lake in about 35 minutes or so, and 44 minutes away from Lakeview as well. If it holds together.
It does look like, though, that there is no CC drop on that anymore, so that is good news.
And that cell does appear to be undergoing a cell merger at the moment, so any tornado activity probably with it would be limited, as well with this tornado near Manila as well. I don't think that this circulation is going to live for very long near Manila. I could be wrong.
Well,
I hope I'm wrong.
now they have gone with an observed tornado warning. With this tornado near near Manila. And it is now observed. It is not PDS, but it is still observed. Due to the reports that they have received. And it will be heading in the general direction of Aspinwall, Halber, and there towards Carroll. But it doesn't include Carroll yet. It's just heading in the direction of Carroll.
Yeah, we're going to continue to watch the situation very closely, as we now have, at least right now as it stands, 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground with the circulations. One to the north of Vale. That is, I think they generated the PDS tornado warning for that, I think, too. Yep, down from PDS, down to observed. Still observed, but still moving off towards the north at 30. Warning continues until 7:30 p.m. for northeastern Crawford County. And then, of course, we do have that newly upgraded confirmed tornado near Manila. It's going to miss Manila to the north, thankfully. Moving northeast at 45 for... What counties are those for? That's going to be for southeastern Crawford and west central Carroll counties until 7:30 p.m. So that's all the confirmed tornado warnings I want to say that we have right now. I'm just going to double check to make sure that I am not missing any. Yep. We do have those two that cell prompting tornado warnings in between Kansas City and Joplin at the moment, although the circulation on that is there, but it does appear to be fairly weak. So thankfully any tornado potential for the time being appears to be limited. And then we do have those 2 circulations to the southwest of Des Moines. They are there. They are capable of producing tornadoes. Though it does appear that none are on the ground right now. And they do appear to be on track to probably clip Des Moines, maybe the southeastern part of the metro. So kind of like something like maybe the Winterset tornado track a little bit. Albeit probably not at the similar intensity. At least let's hope so that they don't do that.
God forbid.
But yeah, those 2 confirmed tornadoes once again to the north of Vale, moving north at 30. And then you have that circulation near Manila to the northwest of Manila, moving northeast at 45. Next town in the path for the Manila cell does appear to be the town of Arcadia, which would be about 15 minutes away. Although if it doesn't continue on the current track, the town of Carroll, which is near the intersection of US Route 30 and US Route 71, that would be about 25 minutes away for that one. And looks like a new tornado warning to the south of Manila as well. For northeastern Shelby County until 7:45 p.m. 7:01 p.m. a severe thunderstorm capable of a tornado was located 3 miles northeast of Harlan. Moving northeast at 45. Circulation appears to be fairly weak on radar.
We just got a new tornado warning. The tornado warning is going to be for northeastern Shelby County in Iowa until 7:45 p.m. Central Time. Yep. Yeah, it looks like some of the same areas for this tornado warning.
I don't think that
tornado emergency warned earlier.
Someone got a lot of static on their end. But I don't think that these kind of circulations, albeit to the one to the south of Manila, is going to live for very long, I don't think. Anyway, we're going to continue to monitor the situation very closely. If you have any comments or questions, you can send those down to the comment section down below, and we'll answer those in due course. And be sure to tag us at Force13. Just going back, and looks like that people are just saying that they've got a lot of reports on the past tornadoes. We're gonna focus on that later, I would say, given that this outbreak is still alive and well, and we're going to continue to monitor the situation very closely and continue to report on the ongoing tornadoes.
Hi, Ethan. Is static better now, by the way?
We're fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Because I think what you might have been hearing is because I have my fan running right now, so that's probably what you're hearing. Because it was 76 degrees in here, and I was starting to sweat a little bit.
Any thoughts from anybody else?
Not really.
Alright, then.
Yeah, it looks like we do want to keep an eye on. Still want to keep it, despite all the tornado activity going on in Iowa right now. We also want to keep. We also want to keep an eye on the some developing cells heading into northwestern Missouri, potentially heading down towards St. Joseph and the northern Kansas City metro areas. And we're also going to keep watching this tornadic cell near Appleton City going into deep water.
Does look like we're seeing a little bit of an storm near Shannon City and Creston, Iowa. I am noticing that now. There is a bit more rotation on that storm. No debris ball or anything like that. I don't think it is or anything. It isn't. Even though now there is a new observer for Creston, not for this possible tornado, but for another tornado-producing storm that was forming just to the west of Creston. So now Creston, Iowa is under a tornado warning that is observed. So they have to be alert for that.
Yeah, rotation. Yeah, I definitely see the rotation picking up there. We're gonna have to watch that area, and especially CC to see if how much this could potentially uptrend in this cell. And I do believe we might have just got a new tornado warning on that extension. We do have a confirmed tornado over Creston right now, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. This was confirmed by emergency management, where Union County Emergency Management reported a tornado near Clover Avenue and Cromwell Road. This is going to include Creston, Green Valley Lake, Afton, Cromwell, Green Valley Lake State Park, and Creston Municipal Airport.
Does look like on that storm that was originally near rotations rapidly decreased that. So it does seem like these storms are beginning to calm down. However, we'll have to wait and see if any more warnings get issued. There is a new tornado warning just to the northeast of Harlan again. And now there is a tornado warning encompassing Harlan. That is including Harlan and some of those same areas that were just such as Minden. It does include Minden. It's radar indicated tornado, but still, we still have to pay attention to that. People in Minden, if you still have shelters, go back in them. There is possibly another tornado forming just to the southeast of Minden, and that will approach towards Interstate 80 near Avoca and Walnut.
Absolutely, and especially want to keep an eye out for that Creston storm as this continues to head off to the northeast, as this could end up impacting the Des Moines metro down the line.
Yeah, so yet another place, very populated place, on alert for a possible storm. We're hoping that these storms calm down by the time they reach. Being in the 10s does not look like we're going to see that.
Alrighty, Ethan, see you in a little bit. We'll keep the stream up.
All right, so these storms that we have right now, ongoing near Harlan, looks like right now, maybe with the possible exception to the south of this line, it looks like we're starting to see a Boeing segment begin to take place between Lakeview and McClelland right now in western Iowa. Again, the environment is still going to be favorable for any potential strong tornadoes with any storms that can remain the street. Go ahead.
We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for downtown Little Rock until 8 p.m. Central Time. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, 657,000 in the warning. Thought that mention it real quick because it showed up just now. So
People have to be aware in Iowa mostly and a little bit in Missouri, but also for Little Rock, who are currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. They are currently in still that tornado watch, but at the moment it does not look like that this will be producing a tornado. It just seems to be a little line that is forming towards the Little Rock area. But in the meantime, we still got to focus on the tornado. That is our main priority. And we are currently still seeing these storms extend across a line, approaching towards Carroll and the Vale region, Arcadia, and then towards Harlan. We also have another storm that is developing. We still have those storms near Creston. It doesn't look like any updates really have happened with them. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm for Greenfield that has a tornado possible tag on that, so we'll watch that. Does seem to have a little bit of rotation, but we continue to focus on our main tornado warnings, which encompass Creston and nearby areas.
New severe thunderstorm warnings are going up with tornado possible tags for Adair and Cass counties. This is going to be going until 8 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. As you can see, this is going to be including Greenfield, Adair, Fontenelle, Massena, Bridgewater, Greenfield Municipal Airport, and Nottoway Park. This was issued by National Weather Service Des Moines, so now we're getting more into Des Moines area responsibility. The severe thunderstorm was located over Bridgewater, moving off to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. And although ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are the immediate threat, a tornado will also be possible as given the current environment that the storm is in.
So we're still watching for possible under these severe thunderstorm warnings and these tornado warnings. Does seem like things have winded down a little. Still seeing areas of rotation near and around Creston, and those continue to exist as they move towards the Des Moines area.
We also have the next convective weather outlook coming up at the top of the hour. So
If
we'll
not
see what
sooner.
they do. Yep. So we'll see what they will do with these tornado risks. With this tornado risk at that time. But for the time being, it looks like the greatest tornado threat will remain in western Iowa.
Continue to, yes. So we do have some rotation still now near Vail from that storm that originally went near Manila. It's not anything too strong, but still noted as it moves across the US 30. Also, noticing a little area of rotating north of Aspinwall. It's not too strong at the moment, but it's from the same, I believe, outflow boundary or something as such as the other storm that's near Vail. We do also have, let me just change the radar here. We do also have tornado warnings still for the Harlan area, which are still in effect in that general region. And you can still see some rotation with that storm near Shelby. And also, you can continue to see some rotation with that storm near Irwin. Otherwise, we still have those tornado warnings affect Preston, and we still do have one tornado left in Missouri near the Clinton area now. Does look like we are seeing a bit of an on rotation with that Creston storm. Does look like it is. It's still a little broad for that matter, but does look like we are seeing some stuff. And I don't see a CC drop, so I don't know if it's on the ground. It was confirmed to be on. Okay, so this tornado warning now has been extended up towards Winterset, Iowa, as a radar-indicated tornado. And that is also with 1 inch in diameter hail. Still looks like a somewhat strong tornado, but we don't have any confirmation of it being on the ground, even though you can see it is breaking slightly, the radar, but it's still, we're not confirming that it's on the ground at the moment as it approaches towards Winterset. So still something to watch with this rotation. We'll see where it goes, but it is no longer observed. So the only observed warning that it seems like we have at the moment is the one near Vail.
And I want to go over that tornado warning real quick, that new one, including Winterset. This is going to be going until 8. This is going to be going to the top of the hour, where a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles northeast of Green Valley Lake State Park, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. This will include Winterset, Earlham, Avenue of the Saints Event Center, St. Charles, Patterson, East Peru, Maxburg, Bevington, Winterset, Madison County Airport, and Badger Creek State Park.
So we still continue with the tornado warnings. 8 in effect. It does look like we did just get a new one. Perhaps somewhere.
Yeah, and those 820 and 7 of those 820 warnings are all concentrated in western and southwestern Iowa.
Yeah.
In fact,
and then you have the straggler in south of Kansas City. Little straggler down there.
Wait, did you say southwest of Kansas City?
No, south of Kansas City.
Oh, I think wouldn't that be the Montrose Deepwater storm?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do also want to note that storm near that Winterset storm, that is making a beeline. That storm is making a beeline for the southern. That is making a beeline for the southern suburbs of Des Moines, and that could potentially include Des Moines itself.
So hopefully not another concern approaching those regions. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag near Greenfield as it continues in that general region. Still a little bit of rotation on it, but not enough to tornado warning. But as this storm continues to move towards Winterset, we are seeing still a significant area of rotation. Definitely not as strong as what we've seen before, but still noticeable as it approaches towards Maxburg now, towards the US Route 169 junction with State Route 92. So, still have tornado warnings active. This is live. And one of them still heading into the Winterset area as it continues. These still does not look like we have received any new update from the SBC yet. No. Still a severe thunderstorm.
That likely will not come till towards the top of the hour at the earliest.
Yeah. So I'm expecting that. Still watching. There is still severe thunderstorm. Well, none of them look to be too tornadic at the moment, even though there is a tornado possible tag on one or two of them, especially the one near Mount Pleasant, which is showing some signs of rotation near Mount Pleasant along US Route 271, but it's not anything too strong. It's definitely not enough to warrant a tornado.
I would, though, continue to keep an eye on the Creston area, the rotation near Creston, as that one is looking to be. This one seems to still be on a direct path for Des Moines.
It does, so you still have to watch out for that storm as it approaches towards Maxburg.
Yeah. So again, if you are northeast, if you are anywhere east of Creston right now, if you are heading towards Afton and Maxburg, heading towards the southwestern suburbs, where actually, speaking of Maxburg, it looks like we do have a second area of rotation right here, next, just the west of Maxburg, heading actually towards Maxburg right now. That could be strengthening. So that's another area of rotation that we do have to watch. So those of you who are in Maxburg and Winterset, you need to be in your tornado shelters right now. And by tornado shelter, I mean the lowest level of your home or business, preferably a basement, but if not, a small room such as a small closet or small bathroom away from windows would also work. Make sure that you use any soft objects such as pillows, blankets, to protect, or jackets to protect your head and neck from flying debris. If you are currently out driving, you absolutely should not be parking under an overpass, especially if you are on a busy highway.
Because, every time we get a severe weather event, people think being under there is safe. When in reality, you're just asking to become one of the fatalities, to put it that way.
Well, yeah, it makes it more dangerous because what happens in underpasses is that the wind is funneled a lot more quickly through underpasses, which can easily cause you to get sucked out more effectively, and or it can cause debris to be funneled through more quickly and putting your life in even more danger.
So make sure not to do that. So, currently a few rotations still active. We are noticing a Lennox towards the Clearfield area. It is noticeable, but definitely not too concerning as of the latest. Definitely not as strong as these two rotations, one just to the east of Creston and the other just to the west of Maxburg. So that will continue. This tornado warning for Maxburg and Winterset will continue for the next 35 minutes. And this tornado warning for Creston, both of them, will continue for the next 20 minutes. Going back up to our storm near Vale, it is about to expire, that tornado warning, and then we'll only be down to one confirmed tornado warning after that moment. But you can still see that there is some rotations ongoing with this storm. It definitely isn't as strong as it used to be, but we're still watching. Does look like we just got a new tornado warning. I don't know if this is new or not, but it's for Mount Air, Reading, Kellerton.
Yeah, it's a new one. It's a new one.
Okay. So this is a new tornado warning for
Is this
for Mount
Ringgold
Air.
County?
Huh?
Is this for Ringgold County?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
yes, it is. Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
yes.
It is.
So
It's cell coming in that actually previously produced a tornado near Maryville, Missouri earlier. The same cell.
Yeah, so it's now located. So it's located over Irena as of this warning, moving to the northeast, continuing to move to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. This will include the following areas of Mount Air, Sun Valley Lake, Kellerton, Reading, Elston, Benton, Malloy, Delphos, Beaconsfield, and Mount Air Municipal Airport.
So still a concern here. We are looking for Mount Air, Kellerton, in those areas between US 169 and 2. And still watching those rotations elsewhere. Does look like the rotation to the west of Maxburg has but that storm near Creston's ticked a little bit. You can see it. It's those dark colors on both sides now.
Hang on. We have a tornado on the ground due west of Afton.
That is the storm that we were just watching.
There's a tornado on the ground with it now.
Let me see.
By the way, I don't know how many tornado warnings we've had today, up to this point in time.
89?
89 tornado warnings today. Severe thunderstorm warnings, 142.
Insane. But as this moves towards Afton, as it approaches towards US Route 30, we have yet in with the system, and oh man, it does look like that CC drop is rapidly organizing and rapidly strengthening. It thankfully is now missing Afton. It seems like it's going to head towards the 3 Mile Lake Wildlife Management Area instead. There's still probably some civilization out here. There is still some houses, so still be aware. And this will head just to the south of Winterset, probably towards east.
Speaking of the one that was actually heading directly for Winterset, that one is starting to die off now, by the way.
So it does look like, I don't know if is that an atmospheric is that like a handoff? I'm not sure if it is.
No.
Okay. I was just asking.
Two different storms, actually.
Yeah. So
Really close together.
does look like we still have some interpretation northwest of Afton. It has passed U.S. Route 34 at the moment and is approaching towards U.S. Route 169.
Well, I
These are-
actually have good news about this tornado, though. Minus like a few farmsteads and whatnot. It's over mainly rural areas at this time.
So that is good news. And that's
Although it is about to hit like a mobile home area.
Oh, so there still is locations. There still is locations that are under the threat of this tornado. So we do have to be continuing to stay in shelter if you live in East Peru, Maxburg, Winterset, Patterson, St. Charles.
Oh my god, large CC drop now, by the way.
Alright, let's see that large CC drop now. Yeah, that is a really large CC.
Yeah, that's just northwest. That's just northwest of Afton, right?
Yes,
right
so
there.
this is a strengthening tornado, and we really we really hope that this become any stronger, but it does look like it's continuing to gain strength at the moment, right on the border of these few tornado warnings. Tornado on the ground, it seems, is currently to the northwest of Afton, heading possibly towards Lorimore along US Route 169, and then towards East Peru, and maybe up towards St. Charles. This is likely a tornado on the ground with the CC drop, you can tell.
Yeah, and I think that we need, honestly, there should be another tornado warning issued to the south of Lorimore.
Yes, so then this tornado would be within the boundaries fully of that tornado warning. It currently is.
By the way, just want to point this out, Mary. You actually do make a very good point there. Mary pointed out most mobile home parks, especially the ones in the Midwest, do have tornado shelters.
So that is some good news.
As Mary mentioned, if that mobile home park that the tornado setting for, if there is a tornado shelter, you should be in it right now.
Yeah, especially if you live in the Lorimore area. Does look like we are unfortunately getting raise on the CC correlation coefficient. That means that
debris goes up about 10,000 feet, by the way.
So that means this could be a stronger tornado. Stronger tornado.
Oh, actually, we have a tornado on the ground south of Maxburg.
Oh, is that
south of Maxburg? That's the one heading straight for Winterset.
Oh, so that's the one that was originally heading towards Winterset. We also have a.
Although I will say this, the rotation isn't very strong on it. It's probably going to be a brief spin up.
So we are still watching that area just along Maxburg, approaching towards Winterset. That still has some rotation on it, and it looks like it has been confirmed to be on the ground. Yes,
well,
with a possible.
The warning isn't confirmed yet.
Yeah. Now it is confirmed. Now it is confirmed. It's an observed tornado. Then it is confirmed to be on the ground. Both these tornadoes are confirmed to be on the ground based on the CC drop. And one of them is heading towards Lorimore, the southern one, and the other is heading towards Winterset, Iowa. So both of these, you need to find a shelter. If you live in a mobile home, you clearly have.
Maria. One that's due north of Afton, I just looked back the past couple frames. I'd watch that very closely because that's actually taking a more northerly track, which would actually, in the long run, take it towards Winterset.
So, concerning situation.
Winterset, and I'm sure those in Winterset, you should know what to do since you guys were hit by a tornado. I think it was like 2 years ago. you should know what to do to get in your safe place immediately.
Yeah, definitely, as there is likely a tornado on the ground with this system that is beginning to now approach towards Winterset. Maybe not so much towards Lorimore anymore. And Lorimore isn't.
Actually, and the tornado warning for Winterset just went observed, by the way.
Yeah, I think we already covered
And
that.
actually, yeah, I was right on the Maxburg storm, and the CC dropp's gone, so I was right. It was a brief spin up on that.
Yeah, so
At 7:32 p.m. Central, confirmed tornado was located near Afton, or 7 miles east of Creston, moving northeast at 30, damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. This locations impacted include Winterset, Earlham, I think, Avenue of the Saints Event Center, St. Charles, Patterson, East Peru, Maxburg rather, Bevington, Winterset, the Winterset Madison County Airport, and Badger Creek State Park.
we are still seeing moderate CC drop with that storm that's approaching towards Lorimore just to the north of it. And it does look like it is largening in size, strengthening in size. So we are watching that storm, and hopefully it doesn't get too much larger. It does look like the CC drop has weakened the slightest bit, but we're still watching it, as it still is likely a tornado on the ground. Does look like that original tornado that blew up near Maxburg, that is gone at the moment. It does look like it has since dissipated. If you look at the rotation on it, it does seem to be significantly weaker. But we still have this dangerous storm near Lorimore, and we're still continuing to watch that. Definitely some intense rotation on it. Let's see if it's moving up towards Winterset. Yeah, it's heading in the general direction. It does look like it might be able to pass south of Winterset from at the moment, but we still don't know, and it does look like it is still heading in the general direction of Winterset, so be careful up there and get into your tornado shelter spots. Does look like that there's a new area of rotation developing near Kent. You do notice that.
I see that.
It's paralleling US 34 at the moment, and also heading towards Creston. I believe it was Creston. Yes.
Oh, and the Sulphur Mount Air is confirmed now, by the way. Confirmed at 7:34. At 7:34 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located near Reading, or 8 miles southwest of Mount Air. My bad. Moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And on the current track, this would take the tornado straight into Mount Air. If you're in Mount Air and in Elson, which is in the northeast, get into your safe place immediately, preferably a basement. If you don't have one, and say maybe your next door neighbor has one, go there, go over to their house and ask if you can shelter with them.
Yes.
Or especially if you're in a mobile home, get out of it and find a more substantial shelter.
Definitely. It does look like some strong rotation is beginning to develop with this Mount Air storm as it has gone observed. And let's look at the CC. Does look like we may be seeing something, but
DC is kind of trippy though because of our radar distance, because you're looking at like 80-something miles from the radar.
Yeah, so that isn't the best. That isn't the best. We can't really see the CC drop from this angle, but we still do know from weather this is a tornado on the ground approaching towards Mount Air, so yet another place in the concern for us. Still watching this tornado that approaches towards more and more.
Oh, by the way, Brian Bauer just brought this up in the chat. Mesoscale, a new mesoscale discussion has been issued. Tornado Watch 142 is looking to get expanded and or extended. So they're probably going to extend the time on it or expand it to the east.
So still not done yet, clearly. There's still a little bit left to go with this event. Anyways, looking back at our storms near, it does look like none of them are confirmed at the moment. But we still do have tornado warnings in effect just to the northeast of Harlan. So thankfully, none of them are confirmed anymore. Seems like those storms are on the downtrend. But we're still watching near Mount Ayr and Winterset. And I'm still seeing this area of rotation.
Actually, looking at what many think is a CC drop near Reading, it's not a CC drop. It's actually a hail spike.
Where's
Reading? So Mount Ayr South. That's not a CC drop though. That's a hail spike.
Yeah, that's a hail spike. You see it's on the
there is a tornado on the ground though.
There is a tornado on the ground, but it's not in this area. It's not in this area where you see those blue colors.
It's to the east of it, to the north.
Yes. So just realize that. Make sure of its location. It's probably crossing over US 199 now near County Highway P46. And this continues for the next 20 minutes up towards the top of the hour. Still looking near Lorimore for this possible tornado. Still seems like it is on the ground, based on the CC drop. It is quickly approaching US 160. Still watching development. So make sure you take your tornado to any of these confirmed. Creston is one of those places. If you live in Creston, Iowa, make sure to head to your safe spot, as there is actually another area moving up into your area towards the general Creston area along US Route 34.
Oop. Oh, Sam left. Oh, welcome back.
Sorry about that. I think my internet might have just glitched for a second.
Rip.
Sorry for that. So, still watching these storms. A lot of lightning in these storms, too. You can see over here. There is a lot of lightning with these storms, so be careful with the amount of lightning strikes that occur.
Oh, hang on. The rotation of your Winterset's intensifying again.
Let's see that.
Now, but it is intensifying.
The one that originally went through Max.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it does seem like that it is recycling as it approaches right towards Winterset. So it is right towards the downtown Winterset area. Does look fairly broad at the moment, but we're seeing that there is a possible tornado still there right near Winterset. Still seeing that uptick in rotation. No CC drop, but still right near Winterset. Everybody in Winterset should be in a shelter.
Actually, I do want to point out right now, I hate to break in, but we now have a new observed tornado warning for southwestern Madison. central Union, western Clark, and southeastern Adair counties in Iowa until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So this will be going for the next 45 minutes. The confirmed tornado was located near Creston Municipal Airport, near Creston, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is that cell that we've been
Yep, there it is.
watching
Just right up
with that we were just talking about. This tornado was confirmed by broadcast media. This will include the
Interesting.
Creston area as well as Green Valley Lake, Afton, Maxburg, Green Valley Lake State Park, and Creston Municipal Airport.
So currently we still have those tornado warnings and very large rotation Creston, which has been proven to be a tornado as it approaches towards US Route 34. Make sure to stay in your shelter if you're in Creston right now. It isn't really showing much of a CC drop at the moment, but we still do know
Actually, the CC drop is intensifying southeast, just northwest of Lorimore.
Lorimore.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's that storm that we were watching as it exited Creston. Does seem to be intensifying as it approaches towards US Route 169. More lightning uptick in that too. It does look like that is becoming another tornado. Still don't see a CC drop on that road near Winterset though, so hopefully that isn't a tornado on the ground. But we're still watching the storm south of Winterset that still looks to be producing a possible tornado.
We are now up to 80, almost said confirmed, that's not what I meant to say. We're up to 80 tornado reports now, by the way. Y'all
So
gotta
maybe
figure, the ones around the Omaha area are from, majority of them are from the same storms, so keep that in mind.
yes,
Well, it's just multiple chasers reporting them.
yeah. So you can still see this rotation near Mount Air continues as it approaches towards US Route 169. It's hard to tell if there's a CC drop or anything like that storm, but you can still notice that there is significant rotation with that storm, and we will continue to watch. Still looks like that rotation near Creston is intensifying. So let's go look at that. Still approaching towards US Route 30 Afton. It is beginning to intensify once more as it continues to grow. This still does not have a CC drop, it seems, but we're still watching it. But the storm near Lorimore does, and that still is very strong rotation. So very strong rotation still northwest of Lorimore and southeast of Maxburg. So be careful with that storm.
Hmm.
Currently 320.
Look, it looks like that rotation that near Winterset is one dying, and two, it's actually going to pass just west of Winterset.
So some good news with that rotation, but we are looking at another rotation still near East Peru was approaching. It is about to cross over US 169 near the East Peru region. It is currently moving towards the northeast, and will continue to as it approaches East Peru. So still watching some strong rotation with observed tornado. Still some intense rotation with this Creston as it approaches towards Afton. Definitely still intense. Does look like it's pretty strong too. We'll see. And that was a tornado as per the weather service, per broadcast media. Still no CC drop at the moment with that though, but still a CC drop with the storm near Lorimore and East Peru. So we currently have 3 tornado warnings. We still have that storm near Mount Air. It does look like it has been getting a little bit.
Wait a minute, hang on. Are we gonna ignore the fact that well, it's gone now, but the tornado on the ground southeast of Maxburg actually had a cyclonic and an anti-cyclonic tornado down simultaneously.
Also, it did. All right. Well, that's
Yeah, there was an anti-cyclonic tornado down to the southeast of the parent tornado rather. That's what
so. We still have these 3 tornado warnings, and some of them have been producing tornadoes, as we already know. Some right next to each other. There is still this storm near Lorimore. It does look like that rotation may be weakening a little bit, but we're still watching that area of rotation as it approaches towards US Route 169 near East Peru region. And still watching this very intense rotation that's moving just to the southeast of Creston, approaching towards US Route 34 near Afton. Still watching that Mount Air storm. It's hard to tell what's going on with it on radar at the moment, but it still seems to be a possible tornado there, still confirmed at the moment via and
Good lord. The freaking hail spike on the Mount Air storm is absolutely gigantic, dude.
I know it really does look like a CC drop, but
it's not.
Yeah, it's
I knew right away it was a hail spike.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, there is a CC drop over Mount Air as we speak.
So maybe it is a CC drop.
Well, no. Over Mount Air, there's to the south of it, that's hail.
Okay. So it's around here?
Yeah, it's like straight on top of Mount Air.
Alright, so possibly a tornado going through Mount Air at the moment. Near the junction. Possibly. Near the junction between US Route 169 and State Route 2. Still watching those storms near Creston, and it does look like this rotation near Creston has maybe it might have weakened the slightest bit, but we're still watching it as it could be a potential tornado on the ground, and it has been confirmed. And near Lorimore, we're still watching this potential storm, even though rotation does seem to be broadening out with. So that is some good news as it approaches US 169.
Yeah, it looks like the storm behind the one north of Lorimore does seem to be interfering a bit with. Does seem to be interfering with that storm a little bit, which might impinge its potential.
Yeah, so that might cause the storm to weaken a little bit, potentially. So that is a possibility that we're seeing.
You also gotta figure now, these storms are like probably 40-something miles north of the warm front by now.
Yeah, the warm front isn't moving towards like the southeast.
I think so.
Yeah. So, no more tornado warnings near the Carolyn-Harlan region. Doesn't look like we're seeing too much rotation with any, even though there is still a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag on it, but at the moment, it does seem like those rotations have weakened. We're still mainly focusing our attention towards these Afton and Creston storms. Does still look like that Lorimore storm is weakening, though. It still has a CC drop, though, so we're still believing that there's a tornado on the ground at the moment, so we still have to be careful about that. And we still have a storm near Creston, which I don't believe it's producing a CC drop at the moment. Well, here, let's take a look at it.
No, there's nothing. There's nothing there.
So, that's just strong rotation. We're not sure that it's a tornado on the ground, even though...
Oh, by the way, one of my storm chasing friends, John White, just confirmed about 2 minutes ago there is a large multi-vortex tornado on the ground near Mount Air currently.
Mount Air. So, Mount Air, currently there is a large multi-vortex tornado currently just passing now towards the east of Mount Air. This is a confirmed tornado by several storm spotters as it approaches towards State Route 2. And you can see the rotation on the imagery that I'm showing you right now. And it's hard to tell at the moment, but there could I don't know if there is a CC drop or not, but we're focusing our attention towards that is with this storm. And it does look like that there is that storm. Still some potential little rotations that could all along this line. And
oh, and CC drop due west of Afton.
so that is from that storm that we have been watching that had that strong rotation. Yeah, it does seem like...
You know what it did? It did a meso handoff. That's exactly what it did. Northern meso weakened and handed it off to the south and put immediately.
Alright, so that was a
produced
meso
a tornado.
handoff. That was a meso handoff. Seems like what it did, as that storm near Lauren here.
Literally, craziest thing is, literally, it did a meso handoff. Soon as it completed a meso handoff, boom, tornado on the ground immediately.
So that shows that what is causing this tornado that is likely in progress near Afton, as it continues into the new tornado warning box. And this is still an observed tornado warning that will last for the next 35 minutes, as it approaches towards US Route 34. So still a concern with that storm near Afton.
By the way, Weather Prediction Center just issued a mesoscale precipitation discussion for much of Iowa. Lingering flash flood potential continues through about 5 years or so.
Could see some flash flooding with the storms, even though one thing that there is to note, that flash flood warning that was for Omaha now since been lifted. So no more flash flood warning for Omaha, so you don't have to stay in higher ground because there is no longer that threat. Still, that storm near Mount Air, we're still seeing rotation on that, even though that fires. So, I mean, we'll have to see what goes on with that. But there has been reported a few minutes ago of a multi-vortex.
Actually, yeah, here we go. Law enforcement, 2 minutes ago. Large tornado near Afton moving northeast. Debris field reported with damage.
So there is debris, unfortunately, with this Afton storm. We have to watch out for the storm near Afton. It is currently producing a tornado. You can see the debris right there near Afton as it continues to move towards 3 Mile Lake Wildlife Management Area. Some of those areas that just received the tornado warning from. They are now experiencing another possible tornado that has occurred.
Yeah, new tornado warning for Winterset. Just radar indicated rotation.
Yeah, I do want to add, that new tornado warning that's going to be for eastern Madison, northwestern Warren counties, and south central Iowa. This is going to be going until 8:45 p.m. Central Time. This storm was located near East Peru, and this is heading towards Winterset. This is also going to include Indianola, as well as Avenue of the Saints Event Center, St. Charles, Martinsdale, Cumming, Patterson, St. Mary's, East Peru, Bevington, Spring Hill, Badger Creek State Park, and Winterset Madison County Airport. This will include Interstate 35 between mile markers 52 and 66. They do note that that this is a potential nighttime tornado. Nonetheless, you should not wait to see or hear the tornado if you are in this warning.
Be aware of that. So this was the Lorimor storm. It does not look like it's confirmed anymore. Still, the tornado warning has been extended up towards Martinsdale, Bevington, Patterson, Winterset, and St. Charles. As this rotation continues towards the Interstate 35 corridor near St. Charles and Bevington. Does look like that CC drop has weakened and it might not be on the ground anymore.
Actually, new tornado warning again. National Weather Service in Des Moines has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Decatur, southeastern Union, northeastern Ringgold, and Clark counties until 8:45 p.m. At 7:57 p.m., severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Kellerton, or 6 miles northeast of Mount Air, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Besides tornado for the hazard, 2-inch hail is also a hazard. This dangerous storm will also be near Sun Valley Lake, Grand River, Elston, and Beaconfield around 8:05 p.m. Van Wert around 8:20, Osceola 8:25, and Woodburn around 8:35. This storm also set to impact Grand River, Murray Roadside Russ area, and I don't know why they have Elston, Beaconfield, and Woodburn and Van Wert listed in here twice, but okay. And confirmed tornado warning from Mount Air is now gone. It just expired.
And there has been just got a report of a new tornado. Actually, we have a new tornado warning right now. But before I do that, I do want to note that there's been a report of a tornado in near East Peru. The tornado is near the Word of Life Church. So this new
I already got the new tornado warning, by the way. You don't have to read it.
This new tornado warning is going to be for northwestern Decatur, southeastern Union, northeastern Ringgold, and Clark counties. In Iowa, where this tornado was located near Kellerton, near Mount Air, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This will include Sun Valley Lake, Grand River, Elston, Beaconsfield, Van Wert, Osceola, Woodburn, Beaconsfield, Grand River, Murray Roadside West, and Murray Roadside West area, including I-35 between mile markers 23 and 41. So if you're in these areas, take cover immediately.
So, I mean, I believe that's likely 3 tornadoes that we're seeing, possibly. 2 of them one of them radar indicated, and 2 of them seemingly confirmed at the moment. We still have that storm north of Afton, which still is producing some rotation, not as strong as it used to be, but you can still see that there is still a CC drop north of Afton that continues to persist.
And actually, as a matter of fact, these storms right here are the ones to watch right now. These are the only tornado warning storms in the entire enhanced risk area.
So the only ones to watch at the moment. You can still see that we still are having the storm near Beaconsfield and Grand River that continues to exist. That was originally reported as a tornado, but now back down indicated as we are unsure of its existence. And we still have the storm near Winterset, near East Peru, and heading towards St. Charles, which has some rotation and has been confirmed by, I believe, lawmen.
Yeah, and we still have that CC drop north of Afton, which is that ongoing tornado that we've been tracking as this continues to head off to the northeast towards central Iowa.
Give me a moment. My mom is calling me.
All right. So right now, looking back at the CC, it looks like that CC north of Afton is gone right now. As that continues off to the north, northeast, looks like if we look at velocity, it looks like it's starting to the rotation, at least for the storm near Winterset, is starting to broaden. It's still a bit tight, but it's weakening. and then we have a bit broader rotation on that tornado under Athens, so that could very well have lifted.
Still continuing to watch. So we do have 3 tornado warnings
Okay, I'm
in
back.
effect. One for Winterset and Martindale, one just northeast of Creston towards the Maxburg area, and one heading towards Osceola, near the Mount Ayr region and towards Beaconsfield. So, definitely a much weaker picture that we are seeing so far, but we still have several tornado warnings active, and we will continue to watch them as we continue to move throughout this risk. Still, some small rotations developed near Rockwell City with this line further north, but none of them are too concerning to issue a tornado. Still only watching these storms and Winterset.
That massive hail spike on the Mount Ayr cells back again, by the way.
Yeah, you can
The
see that the
massive hail
rotation
spike
is
on that
getting
thing.
a little sidetracked. But still, we are watching that storm near Mount Ayr, which is currently radar indicated at the moment. One observed tornado, 2 radar indicated. We are still continuing to watch these storms.
Exactly, and I also continue to watch this this storm over Beaconsfield right now, as I believe that one has some pretty strong rotation on it. I will check to see what's showing up on CC. It's hard to tell this area.
Yeah, none of these storms have tornadoes down anymore, actually. The Afton cell actually weakened considerably.
Yeah.
So that is some good news for Lorimer, where that cell was approaching.
Yeah, but we do have to watch to see if any of these are going to recycle, considering the environment that they still have to work with.
Still an environment out there.
I do want to note we also have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in Colorado right now.
I don't know what those are for. Those are for probably a different thunderstorm area.
Yeah.
Probably from a different storm system, or like the far back end of the storm system.
Also, I do want to note that the SPC has gone ahead and updated their new day 1 outlook. That 10% significant tornado risk area is now confined to western Iowa.
That doesn't surprise me, honestly. I don't even know why they, the southern portion of the ants, I don't even know why they made that a ton-sig. Barely anything happened
probably because we had that one tornado in Texas. Also, towards Kansas, we had a few tornadoes.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the 10 sig in Iowa.
Okay.
No, they kept the 10 sig. Well, it's entirely in Iowa except for a small sliver of northern Missouri, but that was probably to account for the ongoing. These are to account for the ongoing cells that we have right now, and it looks like if I pull up the new SPC outlook right now, that is going. Des Moines is actually on the very eastern extent of the 10 seg. So it looks like that is going. So it looks like that will be heading into about an hour or two from now, that should be going into weaker and should be encountering weaker instability.
So, an update to the SVC outlook there. We are seeing some changes come as we have a much quieter environment now. Still, some tornadoes are possible in this environment. They continue to persist.
Hello, hang on. 3-inch hail report out of Mount Air, by the way.
So, also, with that possible tornado near Grand and Elston, we do have 3-inch hail reported, which is also a concern. You have to be careful with that report as well.
If you don't get the tornado, you sure as hail will get the hail.
Yeah, so hail is still dangerous. Hail
I will
can
admit
injure.
that was a bad time for a joke. I greatly apologize.
I didn't even hear it, but still have this hail threat continue. As the storm moves towards Grand River and Elston. And that is 3-inch hail. And that's probably why we're seeing such the hail spike on the CC. We are still watching these rotations. It does look like the set in St. Charles has significantly weakened, and the one near Lorimore does not seem to be on the ground any longer. So, it does seem like our main concern at the moment is the storm heading towards Osceola. Even though, as the latest frame, has weakened a little bit the rotation. So, not too much to say with like they're finally, which hopefully will end up resulting in the end. Even though we have now just received a new tornado radar indicator for this rotation that continues towards Lorimore that was originally near Afton. It will head towards the Truro area, down towards New Virginia, along Interstate 35. It still is deserving of a tornado warning as per the National Weather Service, and we still will continue to watch it as it continues to move along.
Going into details here, this tornado warning is for southeastern Madison, northeastern Union, and northwestern Clark counties until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This thunderstorm is over Lorimore, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This will include the following towns here of St. Charles, Truro, Lorimore, Patterson, and East Peru, including Interstate 35 near mile marker 43. So if you're in any of these areas, even though that we might be seeing weakening velocities weakening here, it's still imperative that those who are in these areas should be taking shelter until the warning has expired.
We are still live covering the possible tornadoes in Iowa, and we will continue to watch these storms as they continue to progress as they head towards the Osceola area, towards Lorimore as well. Does look like that observed tornado will be set to expire soon, and that'll bring us down to no confirmed tornado, which we haven't experienced in quite a while.
Yeah, this is the first time since about probably, I want to say like 4 p.m. Eastern this afternoon. No, about 4:30 p.m. Eastern actually, that we haven't had any confirmed tornadoes, like confirmed tornado warnings.
Well, we'll see if that changes at the moment.
Well, guys, for those who are watching the stream, soon as Ethan gets back from whatever he's doing, we are probably going to wrap up the stream as activity is starting to wind down now. Just What time will that be? We don't know. Because I have no clue what he's doing right now, so. Plus, it's not my business to worry about, so. Keep that in mind. We're going to be winding, more than likely ending the stream once he gets back.
So, we continue to watch these storms as they approach towards the Grand River area, Beaconsville, Elston, and towards Woodburn with that southern cell. And we still are watching out for Churro, East Peru, Patterson with that central cell, and towards Winterset and St. Mary's with that northern cell.
We have up to 93 tornado warnings on the day, by the way. Get hiccuped.
So, very active picture that we have been experiencing late. You can see on this map all of our tornado reports over the past few days. And you can see it's quite widespread. We had those few reports from yesterday over here towards the western portions of the Great Plains. And we also had a few tornadoes reported today, much more, in fact, as they move towards Nebraska, Iowa, and Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. So, still watching out for potential activity. And we will also watch out for tomorrow, which also has a 10 sig risk.
Yeah, tomorrow actually has a potential to have maybe even a higher ceiling than today's event. God forbid.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I do want to note that regardless of whether we see an upgrade tomorrow or not, we could be seeing some of those same areas that have been affected by tornadoes today. The environment could be souped up for more or additional tornadoes to affect potentially those same areas and areas further south that missed out on the tornadoes today.
Yep.
That is unfortunate. Still watching these 4 tornado warnings in effect. Do see a little bit of rotation increasing with the storm near Boonville and then towards West Des Moines. It is approaching towards Interstate 35, its junction, which I believe U.S. State Route 5. And you can see a little bit of an uptick of rotation there. Still broad at the moment as it approaches towards Boonville, coming in north. Does look like things have begun to wind down. But we'll have to watch until days ahead to see if that remains the case. This is us live, continuing to watch these tornadoes, possibly tornadoes, as they move through western and central Iowa. 4 tornado warnings active at the moment.
Yeah, and actually, I do want to point out we do have a new mesoscale discussion for the severe weather down in Texas and Arkansas. That area is mainly a wind and hail threat. However, we are seeing a broken line of storms from the Arklatex region to central Missouri, with reports of damaging winds increasing. And on the tail end of the line, looks like some storms are starting to slow in there, but it looks like damaging wind and hail is going to be the main threat. Tornado threat is still massively dying down in that area.
Yeah, actually, Sam, Ethan just said we're gonna end the stream in 10 minutes since activity's coming,
Yeah.
calming down rather. However, I would like to say this before we do end the stream in 10 minutes. Our thoughts and prayers go out to everyone who were affected by these tornadoes today, and we honestly wish for a speedy recovery.
Yeah, especially those in the northwestern suburbs of Omaha and in
Yeah.
where was it? Milton. I don't know if it was Milton.
Minden.
No, Minden.
Yeah, Minden.
Yeah, Minden was especially hit hard today as well. So keep those. Looks like
I will
thankfully
say
right
this
now.
though, as of now, we are not seeing any confirmed fatalities, which is honestly remarkable. And I honestly hope to God it stays that way.
We sure hope. We'll see what happens with this event.
Right. But I still want to emphasize. Okay, I'm not actually sure if. Right now, we may. I don't know if it's a CC drop, but we may have possible signature resembling a CC drops southwest of Osceola on that tornado.
No, that's contamination, by the way. Nothing on it,
So
it's
it
just
looks
contaminated.
It looks like it doesn't. Yeah, so other than that, I do see a couple of areas of rotation, especially there. I do see a bit of broad rotation near southwest of West Des Moines, and that looks like it's going to need a tornado warning here within the next few minutes.
And we did just get a tornado warning now for downtown Des Moines. Des Moines is under a tornado warning. It is radar indicated, so not confirmed, but we're still watching out for Des Moines with a possible area that has been tightening up near Boonville and Cumming as it approaches towards Interstate 35 with its junction with State Route 5. No CC drop with that at the moment, so that is some good news. But we are still continuing to watch the storm that does seem to be producing some rotation.
This is specifically for southern Polk, northeastern Madison, southeastern Dallas, and northwestern Warren counties in central Iowa. This is going to be going until 8:45 p.m. Central Time, where a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Cumming or near West Des Moines, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. And that is indeed the rotation that I was just mentioning earlier. This is going to impact Des Moines, West Des Moines, Ankeny, Urbandale, Johnston, Clive, Altoona, Waukee, Norwalk, Pleasant Hill, Grimes, Windsor Heights, Saylorville, Ranger, Jordan Creek Town Center, Merle Hay Hall, Iowa Event Center, Iowa State Fairgrounds, Des Moines Airport, and Principal Park, including the following highways: Interstate 35 between mile markers 63 and 72, and between mile markers 87 and 89. I-80 between 116 and 140, and I-235 between 1 and 14. So if you are anywhere in the Des Moines metro right now is the time to take your tornado safety precautions.
This does encompass a lot of the Des Moines metro area. Be aware that this is a possible tornado that we're seeing, which is toward West Des Moines. Still does look like that storm is rotation. Definitely getting stronger at the moment. Does look like we may have a. Not sure, but I don't know. It lines up pretty well. I'm unsure if this is at the. Well, it's definitely something to note. As you can see, this possible blue ball that is developing as the CC drop. But we're unsure at the moment. Well, they have.
Oh yeah, tornado on the ground, and it's now confirmed. Confirmed
Des
tornado
Moines.
was located near coming or near West Des Moines, moving northeast at 25.
Yep, this
That
is
produced really quick.
So this is for downtown Des Moines. All of those people in downtown Des Moines should now be in shelter. This is a very concerning situation for those locations that are just to the west and within Des Moines. Everybody in Des Moines should be going into shelter now. This is radar confirmed with that CC drop that we have been seeing. A radar confirmed tornado approaching towards the Des Moines region. So everybody in Des Moines should stay in their shelter. That is the most interior room of your house or the lowest floor of your building. An interior room of your house and the lowest floor of your building. Stationed in a closet preferably or a room with no windows, and make sure that there are enough walls that are sustained in between you and the outside as possible. You still have likely a tornado on the ground near Des Moines.
we are unfortunately seeing a pretty deep CC drop now, as that's heading right for the west, potentially West Des Moines, which is a heavily populated area.
Yeah, this is looking pretty concerning for me, and that is definitely not a good thing to see, especially for this such a populated area. You can see the debris ball developing.
Alright, never mind. I thought it got bigger. It didn't. Kept the same size.
Yeah, still is continuing to persist, and definitely still something to watch.
Mm-mm. Mm.
Still some noticeable rotation. It's now approaching the junction between Interstate 38 Route 5. Currently approaching towards Commerce and this very populated area near the Internet. Also towards West Des Moines, Windsor Heights, and Des Moines itself.
Yeah, if you are anywhere in West Des Moines, if you are in Windsor Heights, if you are anywhere in the city limits of Des Moines, if you are in Urbandale, if you're in Clive, going up into Johnston and Saylorville, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. This tornado is likely increasing in intensity, and we could be seeing this continue to deepen as this heads further into the Des Moines metro.
I hope this weekends through before it hits downtown Des Moines. What's insane is that these storms are way to the north of the warm front. actually insane that these storms are still producing tornadoes.
Yeah, that definitely is something interesting to note. We usually don't expect those storms to be north of the warm front. We usually expect them to be along the warm front. But here,
Well, you also don't expect these storms to typically be producing tornadoes now that they're in much of a colder environment, which
yeah,
is more remarkable.
but clearly this is a system that doesn't care about those limits. Still watching that potential storm near Osceola. It does look like that this is no longer producing a been for the longest time. It still is approaching towards Osceola, so you need to still be in shelter if you live in that area, but still, a tornado warning is in effect for those regions. It does look like rotation towards West Des Moines, maybe weakening slightly, but we still see that debris ball. So it is pretty unfortunate, but we still have a tornado on the ground as it approaches directly towards Des Moines. Everybody should be in their safe spot if they live in Des Moines. And it does look like it is tightening up once again as it approaches the Purple Martin Lake water resource area. This is approaching towards Commerce. This is a confirmed tornado, and we are really hoping that this doesn't get stronger, but we still have to prepare as if it does get stronger.
Actually, it looks like it weakened again. Well, it looks like it's weakening, rather. That's what I meant to say.
Let's see.
Hopefully.
Well, we're hoping. It may be a possibility that
There
it's getting
hasn't been
weaker.
much change
Oh yeah,
in
it's
intensity.
weakening. It's broad,
Might be
actually.
weakening slightly.
Broad rotation now. I don't even think there's a tornado on the ground anymore. If there is, it's probably just a ground circulation.
So that is some good news. It does look like that, is possibly weakening, or it's possibly no longer on the ground. We still want people in Des Moines to be in shelter, but it does look like it is weakening at the moment. So we still have a storm that we have to watch out there in Des Moines, but it does look like it is beginning to weaken. So that is good news.
So, as we're going to continue to monitor this CC drop, and we're going to see what the next frame is going to be. But right now, it this tornado might have peaked, and it hopefully continues to start weakening. It's definitely possible though that this could cycle as it gets closer to Des Moines. But we're going to keep an eye on this tornado and see if it has lifted or if it is still on the ground. It looks like, as was said earlier, the circulation vorticity might have weakened a bit.
So that is some good news there, but we're rotation remain. So we are continuing to hope that this is weak.
Yeah, if anything, it was just a brief spin-up tornado.
So, probably is because it would be a QoCS setup. Probably it would be because it would be along the line where tornadoes are usually they're quicker. And it does look like this is definitely weakening.
Yeah,
The
rotation is
totally
completely gone. Actually, it's still there, but it's very, very weak.
CC drop is still there, but that's weakening as well.
Yeah. Actually, it looks to be debris fallout now.
It is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Never mind. Ignore me.
But
Yeah, but it looks like that is starting to weaken just a little bit. But I would
still
still
want
keep
Des
an eye on
Moines to
this.
be in shelter.
Yeah, I would still keep an eye on this as this continues to move into the Des Moines metro area.
Could always recycle.
Right.
Mm-mm.
So it looks like right now all the tornado activity is confined to
Dude,
Des
pretty
Moines
much just this
and went
line.
south to Osceola. So certainly a major improvement to what we've seen earlier.
Yeah, and it looks like that will continue, especially update. It looks like the storm is beginning to fully weaken as it still some rotation, but as it approaches towards West Des Moines, it does look like the storm is beginning to fully weaken. So we'll hope that continues, that trend continues. But at the moment, we continue to see the storm weaken.
Titanic Sadness asks, could Fort Dodge be under the threat? Uh, right now, by the looks of it, no, because this line's well to the south. However, at this point in time, there actually is a thunderstorm not warned right now. It's actually sub-severe. It is a stronger storm, though, that actually is heading right towards Fort Dodge as we speak. Storm's currently located just east of Lake City, and it's heading northeast towards Fort Dodge.
Yeah, currently not warned at the moment. Still, thunderstorm to pay attention to.
Yeah. If anything, you might just get a little bit of wind and some heavy rain out of it. And
Yeah, we don't know the
rain,
specific
obviously.
threats since they haven't issued that tornado severe thunderstorm warning.
Alright, our rotation heading into Des Moines just completely fizzled out. That's honestly good. Good news for Des Moines.
Yeah, that is some very good news for Thankfully, Des Moines is no longer under as big of a threat as they were. We still have to watch for this storm if it cycles,
Yeah,
but it seems like
CC drop's even gone as well.
yeah, so this
There's just a
storm
brief spin up.
definitely maybe produced a weak tornado, a brief tornado. We don't know how strong it was. But now it does not look like it is producing a tornado anymore. Des Moines. The warning will be allowed to expire in 7 minutes. So we're hoping that this storm won't reappear and be into our minds again.
More than likely, Jeremiah. What they'll probably do is drop the tornado warning. Oh god, I just stuttered there. They'll probably drop the tornado warning and replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning that more than likely will have a tornado possible tag on it.
Yes, because that threat is still there.
Oh, we actually have a new tornado warning for southeastern Union, northeastern Ringgold, and west central Clark counties until 9:30 p.m. At 8:38 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Tingley, or 13 miles north of Mount Ayr, moving northeast at 35. Tornado and quarter-size hail for the hazard. Be near Thayer around 8:50, Murray and Murray roadside rest area around 8:55.
So it looks like the threat continues, lesser extent, near the
Yeah,
Tingley,
so
Alston area.
yeah.
We've just
But-
received a new tornado warning.
I already read it, Sam.
All right.
I know what you're gonna say. I already read it.
I do want to also note that we have a new tornado report 4 miles west of Cumming. Tornadic debris signature was noted on radar.
That was probably from the storm. That was
earlier, actually, I believe. This was, back in Madison County. But we do have a new tornado warning nonetheless. This one is for northwestern Lucas, west central Marion, northeastern Clark, and southeastern Warren counties in south central Iowa. This is going to go until 9:30 p.m. Central Time. This severe thunderstorm was located over Osceola, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is going to be near Otter Creek County Park around 9 p.m. Central, followed by Milo around 9:05 and Ackworth around 9:15. This will include New Virginia, Otter Creek County Park, Ackworth. This will also include New Virginia, Otter Creek County Park, and Lake Aquabi State Park, including Interstate 35 between mile markers 38 and 40.
Actually, the confirmed tornado warning for Des Moines has been dropped, actually.
all right. So that means everybody in Des Moines.
However, though, the Osceola's... Alright, no, never mind, Sam. You just read that. Never mind.
We're still watching for some reasons. Two new tornado warnings have been just issued, and they will continue up towards 10:30 Eastern Time, 9:30 Central Time. These storms are not confirmed, so we're not sure that there's a tornado. We still have to watch out, and you still have to get into your safe spots as you are in northeastern Osceola and towards Thayer and Tingley. We are live here on August 13. There are 5 tornado warnings currently in effect. We are currently watching for these areas, central and southern Iowa. Thankfully, there is no central Des Moines, but we're still watching.
Yeah, Maurice. Storm chaser Willard Sharp, who's actually on the Osceola South, just said there's a large tornado on the ground right now.
Okay, so here we go.
As of
this
6
is
minutes ago.
Just south of New Virginia. I will look at CC drop real quick. I'm not seeing much of a CC drop right now, but looks like we could. Nonetheless, we might. I could back up that. Yeah. Okay. So the velocity signatures are picking up on the tornado right now. Looks like it's. Yeah. This could be a pretty strong tornado according to the velocity scans.
Definitely. That is unfortunate for areas north as it approaches towards the U.S. This is approaching towards Liberty Center and towards the Milo area. So everybody be aware that this
I would
is...
also like to mention, for those living in Des Moines, just because you're not under a tornado warning currently, you are not in the clear yet. You still have the plethora of tornado warnings to your south, and these storms are heading in your general direction.
That is
Keep
true.
that in
So
mind.
just keep that in mind. So, as of that,
and 3 of the tornado warnings just expired. We now
Yeah.
only have 2 tornado warnings left.
only 2 tornado warnings left, but you can still see that there is still a threat with these storms as they move along the U.S. Route 69 area.
Yeah, actually, it looks like the tornado threat itself with this line starting to wind down entirely.
Sure is, but we still have to watch that possible near Osceola. Does look like we are beginning to see a...
So we're actually, despite that, we're actually down to 2 tornado warnings, but one of those is confirmed.
Huh? What one?
One of them are. But we did also get a report. Okay, it's a delayed report, but we did have. It is a damage report with power poles with debris on U.S. Highway 34 between Crescent and Afton. That highway has since been closed.
Wow! Storm Chaser Chris Jackson he just posted on Twitter 15 minutes ago. Just spoke to firefighters in Minden. No fatalities at all.
No
That is great news.
That is amazing.
However, though, the one of the firefighters he spoke to did say one person was transported to a local hospital with a blunt force trauma to the head.
Well, let's hope that that person will be able to recover. But thankfully,
Yeah.
It looks like, despite the incredible amount of damage that was shown that we've seen in Minden, thankfully, right now it looks like everyone is accounted for.
Which is amazing.
Good work to all people trying to vision. Anyways, back to now. Still do have these. Still that rotation that is approaching Liberty Center.
Actually, we have another area of rotation approaching Des Moines, but it's very broad. If anything, if it starts to tighten up again, it's going to be northeast of Des Moines, and it's going to be heading into lesser populated areas.
We can see that here, but definitely not as definitely a weaker system to say at that. But still something to watch, as there is still a little bit of rotation approaching towards Johnson and up towards Sailor and towards Berwick. Looking back down here, though, we can still see these possible areas. Does look like that rotation northeast of, though that initially.
Possibility that a tornado could be. Well, it doesn't look like rotation's very broad, but as of right now, I'm not seeing much that's showing that we could be seeing a tornado in the area. But it looks like a lot of this is bowing out south of Des Moines. There is still some rotation on the south northeast of Osceola, but that seems to be rather broad.
Still watching that road.
I do want to note a new tornado warning has just been issued, which I believe is an extension of one of those existing tornado warned storms. This is going to be for southeastern Polk, northwestern Marion, western Jasper, and northeastern Warren counties in Iowa until 9:30 p.m. Central Time. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Southbridge Mall near Des Moines.
Alright, this is the Des Moines cell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Why
Des
the
Moines
heck
cell
do they?
now.
Well, actually, there is a tiny little coupler there, so I could see
Yeah.
why. But still, I'm just saying. I personally would not have warned that though, because that is. Oh no, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. I take that back.
Yeah, it looks like there's
Soon as I
enough
said that,
rotation
radar
to
updated.
warrant that. So yeah, this severe thunder this rotation is near Des Moines, and this is moving at northeast at 30 miles an hour. So once again, new tornado warning is out for Des Moines. This will also include Altoona, Pleasant Hill, Carlisle, Iowa State Fairgrounds, Mitchellville, Colfax, Mingo, Runnels, and Valeria, including I-80 between mile markers 139 and 139 and 155, and Interstate 235 between mile markers 8 and 14. So once again, you are under a tornado warning if you are in Des Moines, so you need to take your tornado precautions now.
So once again,
That is
to
a bit of a
shelter
tight
in Des
coupling
Moines.
as well, but I don't see any CC drop.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a CC drop at the moment. But still be aware that if you got out of your shelter in downtown Des Moines, you need, especially if you're in the central area of Des Moines. So we will continue to be seeing as it moves towards Pleasant.
All right, so it looks like as of right now, we will stay on until this Des Moines warning does expire, which is going to be at right now 9:30 p.m. Central Time. So we'll shoot to be off the air at that time, unless it is canceled early. But right now, as long as this as this circulation is active, we are going to be seeing. Um, we are going to be keeping this. We're going to be keeping an eye on this on the storm here as it continues through eastern Des Moines and into the northeastern suburbs.
So currently 3 tornado warnings active. One of them for downtown Des Moines. You can still see that there is some area of rotation that is still beginning to tighten up as the storm continues to move towards Pleasant Hill and is approaching towards the junction between US Route 65 and Route 163, State Route 163, that is. Still, some rotation remains on that system.
Good lord, that thing's wrapping up quickly too.
Yep. We are continuing to watch this south line, heading towards Pleasant Hill, and it continues to head towards State Route 163. This is still a storm that has to be taken with tornado precautions as it approaches towards the Des Moines River near Avon and Carlisle, just to the north of those regions, heading towards Pleasant Hill.
Mm. Mm-mm. Pardon me. Mm-mm.
Yeah, right now it does look like that rotation is tightening as it heads for Pleasant Hill. So if you're in Pleasant Hill, especially if you are in Pleasant Hill, you need to be in shelter right now. I will check to see if there is a CC drop on
There
this
isn't
storm
just
here.
yet.
Currently not now, but I would continue to watch this cell as this continues towards Pleasant Hill. It looks like a CC drop might be showing up right just southwest of Pleasant Hill, and I believe that lines right that lines up with rotation.
Alright, so
we may have a
definitely
tornado
a
on the ground in
concerning
Pleasant Hill.
situation as it approaches towards Pleasant Hill, and we're hoping that this won't be too strong, but maybe seeing a system as it approaches towards Pleasant Hill. Definitely a concern for all of those highly populated areas. All of them have to be in shelter for that reason. So continue to be aware.
Come on, GR2, update the radar image, please. That's wrong.
Still watching these other tornado. We have one Murray, which looks like it's going to enter out of the soon, so that might allow it expiring soon enough. But we still see some rotation near Murray, as it approaches towards the U.S. Route 34 area. And then we continue to see some rotation.
Oh yeah, tornado on the ground. And actually, yeah, just one confirmed.
So near Pleasant Hill. PDS tornado warning now for Pleasant Hill. And that is definitely something that we have to be taking seriously. This is an extremely dangerous situation for Pleasant Hill area in Mitchellville.
I apologize for shouting, by the way. I was not intending for that to happen.
It's okay. But towards Pleasant Hill, we currently have a warning, a PDS tornado warning in effect for this region. So please make sure to get to shelter now if you live in Pleasant Hill, Altoona, Bondurant, Valeria, Prairie City, Colfax, among other of those regions. This is a tornado on the ground as of the moment, and you are in a dangerous situation.
Come on, GR2, update. Actually, GR2 real quick, rebooted.
Yeah, this is alright. This is the new PDS tornado warning that has just been upgraded. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over Pleasant Hill, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This tornado will be near the eastern side of Des Moines, as well as Altoona, Pleasant Hill, Bondurant, Adventureland Amusement Park, and Prairie Meadows. This tornado is about to be in this area right now. You need to be in shelter right now. This is going to be near Mitchellville around 9:05 p.m. This will be followed by Valeria at 9:15, Colfax around 9:20, Mingo around 9:25, and this will also include the town of Brunels. This will also include Interstate 80 between mile markers 140 and 155, and Interstate 235 between mile markers 10 and 12. Again, and this is a tornado you will not be able to see because this may be a rain-wrapped tornado as well. So once again, if you are east of Des Moines, anywhere east of Des Moines, heading up towards Altoona, Pleasant Hill, and Prairie Meadows, you need to be getting into your tornado shelter right now.
This is a dangerous situation towards Prairie City, Mitchellville, Colfax, and Mingo, as all of these regions are under PDS, as there is a tornado likely on the ground as the approaches towards the junction between US Route 65 and...
there's a debris ball.
Yeah, there is the debris ball on it.
Just east of Pleasant Hill.
Yeah, and it definitely is showing some concerning looks to it. It does look like there is a tornado on the ground, and it may be strong. And definitely a big debris ball.
Yeah, so it's pretty clear that this tornado recycled as it headed off to the northeast. This is going over Pleasant Hill right now, and hopefully everyone is in their tornado shelter. This is going to be continue. However, this will continue northeast towards Altoona, Mitchellville, Valeria, and Bondurant within the next 15 minutes. So you need to be getting to shelter right now if you are in those areas.
Make sure to. But still, we are seeing this likely tornado near Pleasant Hill with this large debris ball, and this still is a concern for us to continue to look at near Rising Sun in Carbondale. Now, one thing to note, downtown Des Moines is no longer in the... So, if you live in downtown Des Moines, unless if you live in the far eastern part of downtown Des Moines, if you live in the far eastern part of downtown Des Moines, you still have to be in shelter. But if you live in downtown Des Moines, the center of it, then you no longer need to be in your safe spot, as you are no longer in a tornado warning. But still, those have to be taking preparedness actions. And this still looks like a very dangerous tornado with the debris ball that it is currently producing as it moves over Route 163. So, currently, we have very important because it is a PDS warning, and it continues to showcase large signs that a tornado, pretty large at that, is on the ground. So we have to be extremely careful with this situation, as you may be able to notice that there is
Actually, it's couplet starting to weaken, by the way.
So hopefully that is some good news. We hopefully will be seeing this couplet weaken, and hopefully that will be it for the storm system. But as we have seen, it definitely has a tendency to recycle, so it might not be the end of it if this is the end for it now. It might continue reproducing. But we'll have to wait and see. It is currently approaching the 8th Street area towards its junction with 27th Avenue, right near Altoona, but it is weakening as of The rotation is weakening. Still have a tornado on the ground, this system, as it approaches towards Mitchellville. Still a concerning situation. Did notice someone pointed out that 43,000 people are in Altoona, so that is pretty unfortunate for where this tornado is. But thankfully it is past Altoona at the moment, but hopefully there wasn't substantial damage. I don't think there was, but we did see that CC drop, so we'll have to wait and see. Still looking at this tornado that is likely on the ground as it approaches towards Broadway Avenue near 154th Avenue. Does look like rotation is continuing to weaken the storm. So that is good news. But as we have been seeing, it is bound to recycle. So we're hoping that doesn't occur again.
And by the way, the tornado warning for Osceola has been dropped. Like the one that was at west of Osceola, that one was allowed to drop.
So that is some good news. Now we are.
Yeah, the storm is weak and below severe limit, so yeah.
Now that means we're only down to 2 tornado warnings and very little severe thunderstorms. Got that too. Still, we are currently watching still dangerous situation that is unfolding for the Altoona area. And this still is possible tornado, and it does look like that rotation may be wrapping back up again a little bit. Not too much, but it does look like it's still sustaining itself as it heads towards Mitchellville and towards Colfax. It is about to cross Interstate 80, which we have seen in the area of a few tornadoes. That is heading towards the Interstate 80 corridor right near Mitchellville. So please make sure to be safe there. Take your tornado precaution.
By the way, we are now up to 90 tornado reports from today.
90 tornado reports.
Confirmed tornadoes are probably around like 20 to 30.
So that is unfortunate. We will continue to see this threat.
Honestly, I will say this. Today was not what we were expecting.
Unfortunately, wasn't. It definitely.
I was expecting maybe a lower end event today with a few significant tornadoes, like a couple significant tornadoes here and there. But today's event blew all those expectations out of the water, and not in a good way either.
It was insane today. Surely was.
Yeah, it's absolute.
It's actually sad, really. It's sad.
It really is sad.
A lot of people had their lives turned upside down today, and it just hurts thinking about it.
Exactly. Even though there have been no fatalities, a lot of
Which
people,
honestly is amazing.
Yeah, but a lot of people are gonna be. They're gonna have lost homes. They're gonna have lost a lot. They're gonna have their lives changed forever because of these. And
Earlier I actually
these are
came across
traumatic events too.
Sam, I actually came across a picture from Minden earlier. Showed at least 2 or 3 buildings right next to each other, just completely slabbed.
Wow.
You also gotta figure though, if these were like well-built homes, expect for a potential higher end rating. If they were lower tier homes, like wooden frames and whatnot, expect a lower rating.
Yeah.
But either way, it doesn't matter what these tornadoes were rated or not. People lost everything today.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's remarkable that there were no fatalities confirmed.
Yeah.
Today, if people didn't listen to the warnings, today could have been so much worse.
Really could have.
And also
Exactly.
that tornado, the couple near Mitchellville starting to bottom out and fall apart, by the way.
So that is some good news. Things are seeming like they are beginning. But the amount of devastation that we've had today definitely shows that anything could be possible.
Yeah.
Like, just from today alone, you're already looking at a multi-million-dollar disaster event.
Exactly.
Not calling it a billion-dollar because we haven't reached those levels yet.
Yeah, and the issue here is just, it's we were, and maybe even, thankfully, even though we've haven't had an outbreak like this yet this year until today. It is remarkable, even in that case, that we're seeing people who are that no fatalities have occurred. But obviously we knew something going into April, and now that we're well into tornado season, we were eventually going to see a a larger scale outbreak occur.
And
like this.
unfortunately, that day happened to be today.
We just didn't know. We just didn't know. But we'll look back on today. Anyways, still have a particularly dangerous situation for those areas near Mitchell, Mingo.
Actually, we just had a new tornado warning issued for the Milo cell. It's radar indicated, though. Plus, rotation on it's fairly weak and broad. And it's also heading into a less favorable environment very slowly.
So, we still have 3 tornado warnings active. But thankfully, things seem much weaker than what we initially still are watching these storms near Sandyville, Pleasantville, Monroe, Swan, Resner, up towards Altoona, Mitchellville, Colfax, Mingo, Pleasant Hill. Does look like the northern cell is beginning to, but we're continuing to watch that cell, see what that does, and we'll continue to watch it as it continues through.
Honestly, what was in my opinion, the most impressive tornado of the day? Easily the one that hit Elkhorn earlier this afternoon. Mainly because of the fact that the tornado itself was so wide. One of the videos I saw, it barely fit into the camera frame. Last time I remember seeing a video of a tornado from relatively close that barely fit inside of a camera frame. That was the Bassfield tornado during the Easter Sunday outbreak in 2020. And look at that tornado. Tornado ended up being 2.25 miles wide at its max width.
So we'll really see what happens with these tornadoes.
So honestly, without a doubt, we at least could have had at least one tornado today. That was at minimum 2 miles wide at one point. Maybe 2 tornadoes.
Maybe. We're unsure at the moment. We have to wait and see until.
By the way, that tornado confirmed warning is no longer confirmed.
It is now radar indicated, so things have down as we wait for the next 13 minutes until things will slowly make it towards an end. Does seem like the Des Moines region, there's still some storms behind, but it does look like those have been less tornadic, so we aren't expecting too much left. But still, a few tornadoes could be possible into the later evening period. Currently, still 3 tornado warnings at the moment. All of them radar indicated.
Yep.
This is Force 13 Live. We are continuing to watch these tornado warnings as they persist throughout Iowa, specifically the central region of Iowa, just to the southeast of Des Moines. And we continue to watch them as they continue to move through.
I will say this: we are more than likely going to end the stream here soon. Hopefully, as long as no other tornadoes touch down. Because, the past 2 times I've said this now, tornadoes occurred. I'm tired and I want to go to bed.
Does still look like we have fairly tight rotation. State routes 92. So, definitely still something to know with that storm. It does not look like it's finished yet. Still some tight rotation with that system.
Yeah, it also looks like these storms are starting to congeal as well.
Congeal into
Yeah,
a
so
line,
gonna-
I guess.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a good thing. Because that means the tornado threat's pretty much boring now. Which also means wind threat's going to be increasing. Although, do got an area rotation west-southwest of Osceola.
Yeah, let's see that. You can see there is a small area of rotation, but still noticeable enough where we have to pay attention to it. Still a noticeable system as it approaches towards Osceola, and will continue to be watched by us for the time ahead. I'm just clearing things up at the moment. Still 3 tornado warnings. In fact, they will soon be disbanded, though. As it seems.
Now we only have 2 tornado warnings in effect. The other one dropped. Actually, yeah, other one moved out of the warned area and will be allowed to expire.
Yes, so it does bring us down back to 2 tornado warnings.
The rotation on that one's also gone, pretty much.
We still continue to watch with the system, though. Near Pleasantville. And the other tornado warning near Des Moines has also been allowed to expire. So now we are only down to 1 single tornado warning for this Pleasantville area that we continue to watch for the moment. It still does have some rotation as it approaches towards Pleasantville, but definitely not as concerning as what we've been seeing lately. So hopefully that is it for what we see for the tornadoes at the moment. And yeah, does seem like this event may be coming to an end.
Thank God.
Yeah, that's what we hoped for.
Thank God, not just for us because we're tired, but thank God for people affected by it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank for that.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, excuse me.
Do have a tornado possible tag severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Dodge, which has actually just been allowed to expire. But that was still noticeable when it was there. One thing to know now, it seems like these storms not north of it anymore. Now it seems like they're actually forming.
We do only have one. We are now down to one tornado warning at this point, which is good.
Honestly, we could probably end the stream now, even though it's a couple minutes
Honestly,
early.
I think we can go ahead and end at the top of the hour.
Oh no, Ethan wanted to go till 10:30, which is.
I meant
3 minutes.
10:30 is what I meant. The bottom of the hour.
Yeah.
Still, we do have a tornado warning, but it's the only one of its kind. So, we'll see that continue.
Well, since severe weather activity has pretty much winded down for the evening, from us here at Force 13, we are going to wrap the stream up and end the stream as things are slowly coming to an end for this evening. So from myself, Sam, Ethan, and Maurice, we all wished everyone who was affected by the tornadoes today a speedy recovery. And for those who are watching, thank you for attending the stream. And we'll see you guys next time. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Be safe.